seated.
Good morning, all.
Good morning, Your Honor.
We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran, and it is case number CC-41-2023-F-343K. The record should reflect that all parties remain in place. The defendant is present. Let me explain to counsel and the defendant that we already have a juror problem. Ms. Bays in the clerk's office received in her junk mail an email from Ashley Evans. If you remember, she is juror number 3, whom we interrogated lengthily yesterday. I will not read the entirety of this email, but basically she says that she's not coming. She has no reliable transportation. She said that her son has special needs and he is on virtual school and she can find no one to watch him or keep a fire. She has psychological issues and she is going to see Dr. Jaffrey today or tomorrow. And lastly, she talked to someone about the case on her way home against the court's instruction. So obviously she has done everything she can to remove herself from the jury. Ordinarily, I would consider sending the bailiff out to retrieve her and bring her in, but under the circumstances, I don't think we want to have her as a juror in this case. And it looks like we will have to use alternate number 1 to step up and become one of our regular jurors. Now throw that out to see if you have any objections or suggestions. And from the state, Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, it's unfortunate that we are using a 1 of 3 so early, but that's why they're there.
That's true. Mr. Victor?
I think that bringing this juror in would be what I usually call an exercise in futility. I think we need to use an alternate juror.
All right, and that's the court's view as well. Again, ordinarily I would at least bring her in, chastise her, and perhaps even find her in contempt. Not because she has these problems, of course, but because she did not tell us about these issues that she had, and she has had a perfect opportunity to explain to us that she had difficulties. We were very cooperative and very considerate yesterday, and when prospective jurors had issues, we accommodated them as best as we could. So I propose to elevate alternate number 1, who is James Casey Bailey, to regular juror status. All right, are there any further matters that we need to discuss? And I'll turn to you first, Mr. Truman.
Okay, Your Honor, this would be before the first witness, but we have 2 limiting instructions that the state anticipates referencing in the exhibit. I thought I'd present those to the court.
That's great. Great that you have the limiting instructions since I don't have a secretary anymore.
That comes up for the defense in the copy.
All right.
Also, could we turn this off instead of the jurors staring at the word searching all the time? We can turn it on
Sure.
when we leave. Thank you. That was very.
I don't want you to tip your hand for the court's benefit. Who will be your first witness? And I assume it'll be a 404B witness.
Robert Hinman.
Okay.
No, the defense knows today's lineup, so that's not a problem. We told them who we were calling today.
All right. And Mr. Victor, you've looked over the limiting instruction.
I have.
There's probably needs to be one little change. There's
Okay, what is it?
in the 404B, rather than the second line to prove his character would be probably to prove her character.
Okay.
Good eye.
I would spell who's differently in the instruction on
Now, wait a
judicial
minute.
notice, but that's a minutia.
Is that the only correction you'd ask for?
I would ask for that. That's it.
All right, I'll certainly make that. Anything from the defense, Mr. Victor or Mr. Sullivan?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Bring in the jury, please. I'll stand for everyone. I'll explain to the jury why you folks are not standing and I am standing. Plenty of room in the jury box. Just find a seat anywhere. You're no longer numbers, your names. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope that you slept well and you ate a wonderful breakfast at Bob Evans or someplace and you're ready to go. Let me explain some things to you. I will always stand for you in your honor. I have instructed the attorneys and the parties not to stand, not because I particularly don't want them to, but there's no use for them to be popping up and down, and I'll stand for everyone. We have had a difficulty with one of your own. Ms. Ashley Evans has had some problems this morning, and she cannot serve as a juror in this case. She's had some extreme difficulties. This is why we have alternate jurors. Alternate juror number 1 is James Casey Bailey. Where are you, Mr. Bailey? Congratulations, you are elevated at this moment to regular juror status. You are no longer an alternate. You will be a regular juror with the rest of the 11 regular jurors. Now, yesterday we were rushed. We went late, and I know that some of you folks had to get home to family and other obligations, so I did not get to give you my brief spiel. I will do it now. We will try to start promptly at 9 o'clock every day. I would ask you to be in your jury room a little bit before 9 o'clock. I will have donuts for you of the finest caliber. I will have coffee for you as well. We will break for lunch. Lunch break. Sometimes I have to go a little bit after. Yesterday and before to go to any of the local restaurants. If you have ready access to your car, you can drive to one of the fast food restaurants or one of the restaurants here in town. We have an upland soul that's just right next to the annex and also the dish. And I can get you some menus even if you wish to order ahead of time and have your lunch ready. If you want to brown bag it and bring your own lunch, you're welcome to do that. And you can stay in your jury room and enjoy your lunch that you make yourself. If you want to not have lunch at all, which is something that I wouldn't advise, you're welcome to do that. You can walk around town as long as it's not 11 degrees out there. Or you can stay in your jury room or whatever you wish, because your lunchtime is your time and you can relax in any way that you want to. Yesterday was sort of an anomaly. We wanted to get the jury seated, and you folks comprise the jury. And so we wanted to go late rather than to bring everybody back in, because not only did we have you folks, we had 40-some other people in another courtroom waiting, and we wanted to send those folks home that would not be chosen for this trial, and we wanted to get you all situated. So that's why we stayed late yesterday. I don't anticipate that we will be doing that in the future unless I consult with you and everybody's okay with it and we want to get a witness in or get something taken care of. I don't permit note-taking by my jurors, and several have already asked me about that, and that is from experience. I'm an old guy and I've been doing this for a while, and I have observed over time that some folks become distracted when their partner sitting next to them is busily making a transcript and taking down every word that's spoken in the courtroom. So I decided to refrain from allowing my jurors to take notes so that you folks could rely on your memories and just watch and not be a slave to a pen and paper. As I explained to you before, you have to be on guard. You are jurors and you are targets. There is much interest in this case, and folks will ask you questions about it, and probably last night your relatives, when you got home, pounced on you and asked you a lot of questions. I instruct you sternly not to speak among yourselves about this case and not to talk to anyone else. If you are wandering about out in the hallway, you are subject to run into someone that you know, somebody that might be here on other business. And they might approach you and they'll say, "Why are you here?" And as soon as you say, "Well, I'm a juror," then they're going to say, "Oh, what case is it? Tell me some juicy details." And then you're in trouble. You don't want to even be seen talking to someone else at all. As I explained to you before, the attorneys will be discreetly cordial to you. They might wave or nod to you, but they're not going to be your best friends. They do not want to be seen talking to a juror because it is a hint of impropriety. So the attorneys will kind of run from you if they see you coming. Please do not discuss the case. If someone is persistent and talks to you about it, tell them nothing and report the matter to the bailiff or to me. We may have some smokers on the jury, and if we do, we'll try to accommodate. You can talk to the bailiff in that regard so that you can take a smoke break when appropriate. And I think that's about it. I don't have very many rules. They're pretty simple. I urge my jurors to be friendly with each other, get to know each other. You all are very nice people. You can talk about anything under the sun except for this case. So if you want to talk about sports or politics or the weather or anything else, feel free to do so. You can talk about your families, you can share pictures or whatever you want to do, but just do not talk about this case, and in particular don't talk about the judge, because I'm very sensitive about that. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I have a formal instruction that I need to read to you, and it's more or less some of the same, but I need to make a record in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a trial must be conducted in accordance with the law of the land. This is what we call a criminal trial, because an indictment has been returned against the defendant, charging her with first-degree murder. An indictment, however, is not evidence of anything. It is merely the formal charge which joins the issues between the state and the defendant. You mustn't let the mere fact that an indictment was returned influence your decision in this case in any way. You certainly must consider it to be evidence of guilt. Any defendant in a criminal trial under our system of justice enjoys the presumption of innocence. A defendant is never required to prove his or her innocence. Rather, the burden is entirely on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do not make your mind up or form an opinion about the defendant's guilt or innocence until you have heard all of the evidence, the instructions of the court, and the arguments of the lawyers, and have retired to your jury room to consider your verdict. Do not make a private investigation of any kind or conduct an experiment in order to gather information about a particular fact or issue. You must not read a newspaper, review an account online, or listen to a radio or television broadcast concerning the trial. You must not discuss this trial with anyone, not even with members of your own family. You cannot even discuss the case with your fellow jurors until the end of the trial, when you retire to your jury room to deliberate and render a verdict. Your oath requires that you receive information about the case only while you are assembled in the presence of the court, the parties, and the lawyers. Should someone approach you and try to talk to you about this trial, please do not engage in a conversation and report the matter immediately to me or to the bailiff. Counsel may, from time to time, object to the admission of evidence or ask me to rule in your presence on certain points of trial procedure. Although as judge it is my obligation to rule on these matters, I must emphasize that my rulings are not to be taken as any indication whatsoever that I favor one side or the other. A judge at all times must remain completely neutral, impartial, and indifferent toward the state and the accused. Counsel will presently make their opening statements in which they will tell us what they believe the evidence will show. The opening statements are neither arguments nor evidence and should not be considered by you as such. You should give the lawyers for each side your undivided attention, because what they have to say will simplify your task of relating the testimony of each individual witness to the total of all the evidence offered during the trial. Ladies and gentlemen, we will follow a definite order of presentation in this trial. Because the state has the burden of proof, the prosecutor will go forward first, to be followed by defense counsel. All right, the state may present its opening statement. Mr. Truman.
Your Honor, before we begin, on behalf of everyone at the defense table, there is an extremely bright light behind you. I don't know if it's a reflection off of something, but it's very distracting from this point of view, and we're having trouble even concentrating. I believe it's a reflection off of a screen to your right.
Yes. This one?
Yes.
This right here?
Yes.
It's this, Judge.
What is it?
If it could be tilted or
Okay.
something.
Is there anything we can do about that? Is that going to affect
That's much better. Thank you.
broadcast media that we have here?
Fine, Judge.
And I can turn up these lights a little bit.
That was the problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, now, Mr. Truman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. On February the 5th of 2019, Michael Cochran was a 200-pound, healthy 38-year-old man. By midday of February 6th of 2019, he had lost consciousness and he would never regain consciousness. He died in hospice care 5 days later, February 11th of 2019. How could this happen? Why did it happen? For an answer to that, look no further than this defendant's conduct. As you were told, the state has no direct evidence, the kind of stuff that makes TV shows exciting, the kind of stuff prosecutors love, jurors love. There is no DNA. There is no evidence of fingerprints. There are no videos of what happened. But, as Judge Kirkpatrick will instruct you at the end of this, circumstantial evidence is just as valid as that type of direct and scientific evidence. And there is a ton of evidence of this defendant's guilt. All circumstantial. So how did this happen? How did this healthy 38-year-old man go into a state of unconsciousness and never come back from that? On the morning of February 6th of 2019, this defendant advised her friend and neighbor, Jennifer Davis, that she had been sick all night, 103-degree temperature. And she had previously advised that she had cancer and was under chemo treatment. And that chemo treatment, the effects of which were somewhat negated by insulin. There were no diabetics in the Cochran house. And there's no evidence that this defendant was taking insulin to counteract anything. But Jennifer Davis, being a good friend and the mother of a child who was a severe diabetic, had insulin. The defendant knew that. Jennifer Davis, being a good friend, sends her husband with insulin to the defendant's house that morning. About noonish, one way or the other, Michael Cochran collapses in the Cochran house kitchen. Now, the defendant gives various versions of what she saw, what she heard, and what she did, but there's no question that he was unconscious by about 12:20 or so. How do we know that? She took a picture of him and sent that picture to a number of people, showing him in a collapsed state in their kitchen. Did she call 911? No. Did she load him into a car and take him to the yard? No. What did she do? She called 2 construction guys that worked for her. They took Michael Cochran from the kitchen floor and put him on the couch, where he would remain for the rest of the day, some at least 6 hours or so. That's an unusual reaction for somebody to take with their spouse. She did, in addition to calling the construction workers, you'll hear from him, Jason Bowen, who helped move Mr. Cochran to the couch. She called a trooper friend of theirs, J.D. Hamilton. J.D. Hamilton came to the Cochran residence. He saw Michael on the couch. Michael was not conscious, and he was concerned. J.D. Hamilton is married to Stephanie Hamilton, and she is a physician's assistant. They get some medical attention. Stephanie Hamilton came to the house. She looks at Michael Cochran, and she tells her he needs to be checked. Did the defendant do that? No. Let him lay on the couch. Roughly 3 hours later, things have deteriorated to the point where Michael loses control of his bladder and urinates on himself. Did that event trigger any action by the defendant? Did it seek medical care for her husband, who's on the couch and unconscious now for a number of hours? No. She and her sister changed his clothes and left him on the couch. By 6-ish or so that evening, Michael's best friend, Chris Davis, comes to the house. Chris Davis takes charge. He says, we're going to the hospital. The defense says, oh, he don't want to go, he don't want to go. Of course, nobody could ask him because he was unconscious. But Chris Davis says, we're taking him to the hospital. They do. They go to Raleigh General Hospital. But the damage has been done. You'll hear from a couple of doctors to explain the significance, but for now, just keep these numbers in mind. According to the defendant, Michael Cochran's blood glucose level was in the 140s during the day. She reports that to a couple people. He gets to Raleigh General Hospital, and it was 21. 21. That may mean nothing to you right now, but keep that number in mind. Now, Michael Cochran's mom was 10 minutes from his house. She's a retired, registered nurse. Did the defendant contact her? Oh, she did, about 10 o'clock that night by text, saying, they're going to have to take Michael from Raleigh General to CAMC. All the opportunities to get help to this man, and she took none of them. After being in CAMC for a few days, he's transferred to hospice. He's there roughly 5 hours and dies. His cause of death was damage to his brain caused by insulin. You'll know that because a couple of doctors will testify. A Dr. Uribe and a Dr. Krieger will tell you how the effects of insulin basically destroyed this man's brain. Glenda Epperly, an experienced RN and a hospice nurse, said she had never seen a body come out of hospice that looked so good. This was a healthy man until she did him in. Now that answers the how. Why? Why would this happen? And why would it happen when it happened? Well, as the defense counsel informed you during questioning, the defendant had run a Ponzi scheme, a big one, where millions of dollars were taken from friends, relatives, local professionals. As many deceptions and lies as were told to her victims of the Ponzi scheme, Michael Cochran was told just as many. He did not know what was going on, but he was determined to find out, because people were saying, hey, we invested in your company in this plan, and we're not getting our money back. And he was frustrated. He was very frustrated. But the same excuses provided by the defendant to all of her victims in the Ponzi scheme were being provided to Michael Cochran too. It's everybody's fault under the sun. They've got hundreds of millions of dollars in their money stuck in a bank in Virginia, Bank of America. That's what she told Michael Cochran. That's what he believed. So Michael Cochran is going to straighten this out. They charter a flight from Beckley to the Bank of America branch in Lynchburg, Virginia for the 6th of February, 2019. Mysteriously, the defendant cancels that trip in early morning hours. Why was that trip so important? Because Michael Cochran and everybody else would know at that point. There is no money in the Bank of America in Virginia. There's never been any money in the Bank of America in Virginia. There are no government contracts, which is what she was selling to the most of Raleigh County, it seems like. Those were fictitious things that she made up and built millions of dollars out of her victims. Now, we're not going to pretend Michael Cochran didn't get a benefit from this. He did. The defendant and her family lived a very lavish lifestyle with other people's money. And Trooper Hinman will explain to you in an overview, because this case isn't the Ponzi scheme case. That one's over. This is a murder case. But he'll explain to you how the defendant did this and how she was able to pull this off for so long and how she got so many people to forfeit their money to her. That was all going to blow up on February 6th. And it would have been over February 6th. But of course, the Cochrans never made it from Beckley to Lynchburg. And Michael Cochran is dead because of this. By the way, in case you've forgotten from some of your questioning, this defendant is a pharmacist. She knows about medications and drugs. Beyond that, she held herself out as a specialist in diabetic counseling. She knew the impact insulin would make. That's our case. All circumstantial, and at the end of it, we'll be asking you to find the right verdict and find this defendant guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Mr. Victor?
May it please the court, counsel for the state. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by the prosecution's account, and perhaps by some other accounts, Natalie Cochran is not a nice person. She defrauded friends, relatives, investors. She was involved in a Ponzi scheme. She cheated, she scammed. And she has paid for it. But ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the fact that she is perhaps a fraud and perhaps a cheat, and that you wouldn't perhaps want to invite her home for Sunday dinner, that you wouldn't like her, does not translate into being a murderer. This trial is not a forum on public acceptance. You don't have to like her. You don't have to say she is a great person. But you have taken the oath to judge her fairly and to give her a fair shake, a fair trial. When you took the oath, it's not just some wave of a hand. It is a solemn oath to search for the truth and to determine what really happened in this case. Now, the prosecutor presented a very nice theory, except that before we do that, again, I'm Matthew Victor. I represent Natalie Cochran with my co-counsel, Mr. Stanley Selden. We represent somebody, again, who is perhaps dishonest in her financial dealings, but who didn't kill anybody, let alone her husband, her only man in her life. A man, the father of her 2 children, and a man with whom she was enamored ever since she laid eyes on him in high school. She's not a murderer, as the evidence will show. Now, she is accused here by the state of West Virginia of one of the vilest crimes there is known. And I will submit to you that the state's motive in this case, as as they presented to you, is absolute nonsense. The state of West Virginia is trying to tell you that my client, Natalie Cochran, who has lived with the man who was up to his eyeballs in the Ponzi scheme, somehow detected that he was on her. He was already detecting that she was committing a major fraud, and he was going to run straight to the federal government. Well, think about it, ladies and gentlemen, as you listen to the evidence. The state would want you to believe that he didn't know anything about the Ponzi scheme, didn't know anything about millions of dollars and the lavish lifestyle. He didn't know anything about this, even though the evidence will show that he was signing all these contracts, he was working on the contracts, he was signing checks, and you will see that evidence, you will hear that evidence. And all of a sudden he found out that Natalie Cochran, his beloved wife, is a fraud and a cheat. And what was he going to do? No, he was not going to go and talk to her and try to resolve this case somehow, get a lawyer. Well, no. The evidence will show, well, at least the state's evidence will show, that she's going to run to the federal government and turn her and her in and have the dear wife, the mother of his children, locked up in prison. Well, okay, think about that. As you listen to the evidence, be aware of the fact that she, that is Ms. Cochran, does not have to prove herself innocent. The state has the burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt, to demonstrate that Natalie Cochran killed her husband with premeditation, deliberation, and malice. And that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence will show the state cannot do. They cannot do it. You will see exhibits, you will see documents here, consider it all. But what comes to mind immediately is that bottle of insulin. And I will submit to you that this is a smokescreen that the state is going to present to you. You will hear expert testimony and evidence that this type of insulin could not kill anybody. And for that matter, that the amount of insulin that may have been given to Michael Cochran would not kill him. The state will not tell you exactly what happened that day. Well, they will tell you what they believe happened that day after Mr. Cochran was allegedly shot with this insulin. But what they will not tell you is that if you are shot with a injection of insulin, you're not going to drop unconscious immediately. Think about what would happen if somebody injected you with insulin. Would you react? Would you call 911? Now let's think about it. Let's also think about the fact that the evidence in this case is not exactly what the state believed you to be. Mr. Cochran was a 38-year-old man who died, and the question still remains, what did he die of? You will hear medical evidence that Mr. Cochran was not a healthy 38-year-old man. In fact, to the contrary, between the late 2017 and the time of his death in 2019, he was in the hospital 4 times. For what? For life-threatening conditions. He was a ticking bomb, the evidence will show, health-wise. He suffered from a plethora of medical conditions that could easily end up his life. What's more, you will hear the evidence that Mr. Cochran fancied himself to be a bodybuilder. He wanted to be the Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mr. Universe. And what did he do to that, in that regard? Mr. Cochran has imported, well, let's call it medication, from Mexico, online, from sources that were not approved by any FDA or any legitimate American government sources. And he was taking medication, steroids, that were not for human consumption. That there was, that there was some animal medication taken only by the animals. So consider that. Consider that. He was not a healthy man. He was in the hospital in 2017 for his back problems. Let's maybe even disregard that. But he was again in the hospital for mold exposure, with the symptoms similar to what happened to him in February of 2019. He hated the hospitals, the evidence will show. He told everybody that if they ever took him to the hospital, it would be a waste of money, and he would not want to stay in a hospital. But 2 days later, he was again in a hospital with the same conditions, even worse. Somehow he survived. His medical conditions, you will hear, involve the swelling of the brain, convulsions, perhaps epilepsy. You will hear all that evidence. He was not a healthy man. And he refused to take medications. He was pumping himself with steroids and whatever other medication there was that he could get from less than legitimate sources. And you have to consider that in arriving at your verdict. Secondly, the evidence will show that the state's medical evidence as such is going to be easily discredited by the expert evidence of people who, expert witnesses, who will tell you that this type of medication, what he had, could not have killed this man. And on top of that, the facts of the case are also different from what the prosecution told you. In fact, the insulin, you will hear about all this insulin. This is a smokescreen. The insulin that my client had in her possession was the insulin that Mr. and Mrs. Davis gave her repeatedly. Why? Because they had a diabetic son. And Natalie was an expert in administering that medication because their next door neighbor had a son who had diabetes 1. Sad to hear that, but that's the reality of it. It was not a one-time deal. She was in fact entitled to go to the pharmacy and get that medication, pick up the medication for Mr. and Mrs. Davis's son. So the fact that she had any insulin in her home is of no import. Furthermore, the state will present the evidence that they found a bottle of insulin in her home. We will, however, present to you that that bottle of insulin was first of all full, so nobody took that insulin. Second of all, that insulin was found in the refrigerator 4 months after Mr. Cochran's death. That insulin is completely irrelevant, as the evidence will show. Now, the state wants you to believe that Ms. Cochran, as a pharmacist, is knowledgeable of the insulin because she wanted to kill her husband. The evidence, however, will show that Ms. Cochran, as a pharmacist, is also known to have great knowledge of any other substances that could kill, undetectable, untraceable. And so consider this evidence. Let's assume that the state is right on everything. Consider the fact that this cold-blooded killer borrows a murder weapon from a neighbor to kill her husband with the insulin that involves now a couple of witnesses. Then she places that medicine in her refrigerator, the evidence of the crime apparently according to the state, for 4 months. And then she somehow does not use any other substances that she knows of because she is a pharmacist. That theory is absurd, ladies and gentlemen, truly. And now, the kicker. She has an absolute power to hide the evidence. And the evidence will show that she had never cremated her husband. So he was exhumed, his body was exhumed, so that the state would prove something, which the state cannot, but at least they tried. And we will submit to you that if she had cremated the late Mr. Cochran's body, there would have been no case. There would have been any case. Now, you will hear the evidence about her chemo treatment. You will hear the evidence about her health. And, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after all of that, you will come to the realization that the state's case doesn't make any sense. And you will not be able to answer your own question, perhaps. What did this man die of? Certainly not the insulin injection. And the evidence will also show that Mr. Cochran, by the state's own admission, was enjoying the benefits of Ms. Cochran's fraud. Well, that's another red herring. He was involved in a Ponzi scheme. He knew about multi-million-dollar purchases, the toys, the houses, trips to Paris, trips to Hawaii, expensive, lavish lifestyle. And you have to ask yourself at the end of the case, he didn't know about it? Really? He didn't know how this money was generated? He who wrote all the contracts for the government, for the non-existing purchases? If you cannot answer these questions, then you have to acquit the defendant. This is a complex case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. But it's built by the state of West Virginia on conjectures and innuendos. It is rich on spurious conclusions and speculations. But it's thin on facts. And glaringly lacking in motive and the evidence necessary to prove that my client killed her husband. At the end of the case, we will ask you to find her not guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, the next part or stage of this case is the introduction of the evidence through witnesses and exhibits. This is what lawyers and judges call the heart of any trial. You are to determine the facts of this case solely from the evidence. As jurors, it is your duty to listen carefully to and observe closely all witnesses and evidence to assess the weight of the evidence and the credibility of each witness. As I explained to you, because the state has the burden of proof, the state goes forward first. Mr. Truman, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Robert Hinman.
You will raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may have a seat right there. And Mr. Truman, if you will give me a prompt at the proper time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You wish for me to proceed with both instructions?
No, sir.
Go right ahead.
You are Robert Hinman.
Yes, sir, I am.
Tell us your background in education and employment, please.
My name's Robert Hinman, and it's probably best if I go chronologically from my first professional job to present to help keep things in order. I joined the United States Marine Corps in 1989 and got discharged in 1993 off of active duty, and joined the Beckley Police Department here in Beckley as a law enforcement officer. I worked at the Beckley Police Department 4.5 years and applied for the West Virginia State Police, and then was hired by the West Virginia State Police in 1997. I stayed with the State Police until the year 2000. I left law enforcement and went into doing private investigation for about a year for a local attorney here in Beckley. In 2001, I went back into law enforcement, worked at the Bluefield Police Department for 2 years. I was doing that while I was finishing an undergraduate degree at Bluefield State College. Finished that in 2003, went back into the private sector, came back to Beckley, worked for a law firm here doing civil investigation. I did that for about 3 years, and I was then recruited by a former law enforcement officer that I worked with, who was now working with the West Virginia State Insurance Commission's fraud unit. It was a new unit that had been created in West Virginia around 2015, 2016. So I joined that unit and did insurance fraud investigation for about 6 years until the state police had called me and then recruited me to come back to the state police because they wanted to stand up a financial crimes unit inside their Bureau of Criminal Investigation. They didn't have anybody doing that. They needed someone with some experience doing fraud investigations, so I went to the state police in 2013 and stayed there till 2019. In 2019, I applied for law school here in West Virginia and went to move to Morgantown, attended law school starting in 2019. Law school is 3 years long, so I did that for 3 years. And then after law school, I took the bar in 2023. Was accepted to the state bar. I'm now a practicing attorney in Morgantown, West Virginia. I opened an office there, and I'm in my second year in private practice in Morgantown. And that's my storied career, part of it.
Was this case your last case in law enforcement?
This was the last criminal investigative case that I worked before I left the law enforcement community.
Your Honor, I ask that this be marked in States 1 for
Very well.
identification. Your Honor, I believe it'd be appropriate to read the 2 cautionary instructions at this time.
All right, members of the jury, normally the court would read to you what's called the jury charge at the end of all the evidence and before the closing arguments. Sometimes during the trial, the court must read to you a limiting or cautionary instruction, and that time has arisen. So I read to you these two instructions. The court instructs the jury that evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts by the accused is not to be considered to prove her character in order to show that she acted in conformity therewith. However, the jury may consider such evidence for other purposes, such as proof of motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, identity, and absence of mistake or accident as to the crimes charged. The court has or will take judicial notice of court documents generated by the United States District Court, Southern District of West Virginia. That is, the court has or will take as a fact that the litigation in the United States District Court, Southern District of West Virginia, occurred based upon the determination of sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. You are instructed, however, that you may or may not accept that fact as conclusive. All right, you may continue now, Mr. True.
Your Honor, before we begin, may defense counsel be shown the exhibit so we are on the same page?
Sure.
Show it to Matthew. We can see both.
Bob, I hand you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 1. Can you review and identify, please?
Yes, sir. These would be the federal documents. The financial crime in this case was charged through the federal government. So these are the federal documents that certify that an agreement was made by Ms. Cochran to plead to certain financial crimes, federal financial crimes, to resolve the financial crime that occurred with this investigation.
This was your last criminal investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit 1 reflects the finality of that investigation for that part of the case. Is that a fair assessment?
It does.
Tell us some background as to what that case was about. What's a Ponzi scheme?
Let me start by saying that I just didn't go from law enforcement into doing financial crimes.
I'm sorry, I'm going to object. We don't need all the background. Let's just answer the questions.
All right, I'll give the witness some leeway. Sir, you can explain. Go ahead.
I have training in financial crimes. I'm a certified fraud examiner through the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. I have a master's in forensic accounting. During the course of that education and training, couched with the experience of conducting financial crimes over that 13-year period with the state police and with the Insurance Commission's fraud unit, as well as some other financial crimes that I worked during my uniform law enforcement days. I come to learn about the different various types of fraud and financial crimes that occur in society. So when I say fraud or I say financial crime or I would say maybe a scam, I may use some terminology that's more or less synonymous as I discuss this. So if you hear me say fraud or scheme or scam, I'm generally talking about the same thing. The financial crime aspect of that term would apply to the violation of law or the criminal charge. So when we say a Ponzi scheme, we're talking about a type of fraud. And what a Ponzi scheme is, the term Ponzi is a name coined after a con man in the 1920s. So Ponzi itself means nothing, but the Ponzi scheme is a methodology of fraud. And what that is it's an illegal business practice where someone would induce a person or a victim to invest money into a business, and then they would continue to get investors to invest money in the business, but later investors' money would be paid to earlier investors' money, and then that cycle would just continue over and over. So as new investors would invest in the business, then monies from that investor would be used to pay earlier investors. Now the investment could be a number of things, but that basically is what a Ponzi scheme is, taking new investor money and paying earlier investors on money that they were supposed to receive from their earlier investment.
What do you look for when you suspect a Ponzi scheme?
Ponzi schemes are generally involving in business. So when you're looking for certain red flags that may, with many scams and schemes and frauds, with the Ponzi scheme, if the investment opportunity, the very first indicator is that it sounds too good to be true. When that sounds too good to be true, that's typically the initial indicator or red flag. There may be promises that this investment is very low risk. You know, people who want to take their hard-earned money and invest in something to get money back want to make sure that they're not going to lose money. So there's typically a high reward with a low risk involved with inviting or inducing someone to invest in a company or a business. And then there's opportunities to reinvest that money. You know, if you've earned this money, and there's opportunities to reinvest. So there's different red flags, and they're not all, the indicators aren't always present in all scams or schemes, but those are some of the ones with the Ponzi scheme.
In this particular case, how did you become aware that there was an investigation to be opened?
This investigation opened from a businessman here in Beckley who was who was part of this overall financial
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
crime or scheme.
I'm going to object. Can we approach the bench on this one?
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. You can go ahead and answer the question. How did you open this case?
A local businessman who was involved with Ms. Cochran's business called a state trooper or ran into a state trooper that he knew who and asked he was having problems with.
I'm going to object to hearsay, John.
Mrs. Day. I think we need to cut to the chase.
Okay. You opened an investigation.
Yes.
And you determined that the defendant was in fact operating a Ponzi scheme.
Yes. The defendant had a business and was operating a Ponzi scheme.
In summary fashion, what was the overview of the business that she pretended to have?
The business purported to be a supplier of durable goods and other materials to government contracts. So the federal government would need to buy supplies or goods. They would put out an announcement for businesses to bid on these contracts to fulfill their needs. And then federal contractors, businesses would bid on these contracts, get awarded the contract, then the business should supply the good to the government and get paid for the good they provided. That was the purpose of the business. That's what the business purported to be.
And you did an extensive investigation that culminated in the federal conviction that you have at State's Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes.
Now, the defense has floated the theory that
Michael Cochran was up to his eyeballs in this Ponzi scheme. From your investigation, do you have any evidence that would support that?
Let me state by saying the business itself, in its appearance, in its existence, was legitimate. The business was legitimately set up. It was registered with the state of West Virginia. It was registered with the federal government. So Michael Cochran was aware of the business, and because he participated with what he believed was a legitimate business.
I'm going to object, Judge, as to what Mr. Cochran may have believed. That's cause for speculation.
You can continue, please.
So during our investigation, we reviewed many financial records, many documents to determine if any government contracts existed, any federal government contracts have been awarded to this business, and we could not find any contracts whatsoever where the government had awarded these. Now there was one state of West Virginia contract that was that Mr. Cochran had, or the business had bid on, but they never fulfilled that contract. So beyond this one contract, there were never any contracts that we could find to support what the business purported to do. Also, in reviewing these documents, there were applications made to financial institutions, and many of those documents only bore the name of Mrs. Cochran in the business, and those documents would purport that she was a 100% owner of the business. So there was a suggestion or indication that Mr. Cochran didn't know about certain documents, that because he wasn't listed on certain documents. In addition to that, the victim investors of this financial crime were given reasons. They were given information to induce their investment. They were given information regarding them getting their investment money returned to them, the money they should have earned on their investment. So the information that was false or deceptive that was being given to victim investors of the business was the exact same information that was being given to Mr. Cochran when he would question why the business hadn't received its money from the contracts. He did participate in looking for contracts for the business to bid on, but that was about the extent of his involvement. He would search the internet and the federal websites to identify federal contracts that the business could bid on. But the structure was that Mrs. Cochran would go out and secure those contracts from the government. So as far as Mr. Cochran knew, based on the records that we reviewed, the interviews that we did, he believed that they had obtained contracts and that they would be receiving money for these contracts. So he would ask the same questions that investors would ask: where's the money for this contract? And so that would indicate that he was not involved, because he's asking the same questions regarding monies and profits.
In your investigation, what do you base the fact that he was asking the same questions as the investigators? What do you base the conclusion that he was asking the same questions as the investors?
During our investigation, like we reviewed many records, we consulted many agencies, we obtained records through subpoenas or search warrants, and we were able to get text message communication held by investors, and also as a result of some subpoenas and search warrants, we were able to...
I'm going to object to any third-party involvement in this and what the other parties have done. We have not been provided with that evidence, and the witness is testifying about something that is absolute hearsay.
Sustained.
You executed some search warrants and subpoenas for cell phone records, correct?
That's correct.
Did that include the defendant and messages back and forth between her and her husband?
That is correct.
Did you use that information to reach any conclusion as to Michael Cochran's knowledge as to what was going on with their purported businesses?
We did.
How did you verify that the conversations by text were actually between the defendant and Michael Cochran? How did you authenticate those documents?
Well, the holder of those records, we would issue a subpoena or to AT&T, for example, may hold business or phone records. We would issue legal subpoenas for those to get those records, and then we would review those records.
Well, I mean, how did you know that there were communications between Mr. Cochran and Mrs. Cochran?
Well, Mr. Cochran had an established phone number. Mrs. Cochran had an established cell phone number. So the records that we requested and reviewed were those cell phone records. We also received records from investors, victim investors of the business, and would compare those to the same communication. So we had multiple text message communication, some email communication that we reviewed to come to our conclusions.
Leading right up to the 5th of February 2019, you saw text messages between the defendant and her husband?
Yes.
What was the plan? How did it end up that they were going to fly to Lynchburg, Virginia? From your investigation, how do you know that?
Let me say this scheme began in 2017. So it had gone.
I'm going to object. The witness is not answering the questions.
I think he's trying to explain, and I'll give him leeway in that regard. You may continue, Mr. Constant.
This Ponzi scheme began in 2017, mid-2017. And as it matured, more investors gave more money. There were other monies that were obtained through some loans that Ms. Cochran would obtain. But there was still this need to return money back to the investors. The investors were still expecting money to be returned. The problem with the Ponzi scheme is it's short-lived.
Now I'm going to object. This question was asked and answered at least once.
Yeah, I think maybe we are getting a little far afield now. Perhaps another question would be in order, Mr. Trim.
Thank you. Let's just explore one other area. From your investigation, is there a single shred of evidence that supports the defendant's theory that Michael Cochran was going to turn his wife into the federal government?
No, sir, there was not.
That's all the questions the state has at this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Hinman, I understand that you were involved in every aspect of the federal investigation of Natalie Cochran. Is that right?
I left the state police before the indictment, before she was indicted.
Before the federal indictment?
Before the actual indictment occurred. But the information that was obtained to bring that about, yes.
Prior to that, you were involved in every aspect of that investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you wouldn't know what the federal government alleged in the indictment?
No, I do know what they alleged in the indictment.
Well, is it true that the federal government alleged that both Mr. Cochran and Ms. Cochran got involved in a scheme, but Mr. Cochran died, what the federal government called unexpectedly in 2019. So she was the only one who got indicted. Is that true?
I would not characterize it as such.
No.
Did you see the forfeiture documents that the federal government filed against the Cochrans?
Yes, some of those.
Some of those. And in those documents, federal government alleges that they were both involved in the scheme, right?
Without reviewing the documents, I don't know.
All right, we'll come back to this. Who is Colonel Jan Cahill?
Colonel Cahill would be the superintendent of the state police during my last employment with the state police.
I'd like to mark this
All right, if you will present it to the clerk, please.
as the defendant's exhibit number 1. I have provided a copy to the
Approach briefly, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Hinman, I'll hand you what's been marked as the defendant's exhibit number 1. Would you tell the jury what that document is?
This is a communication, a letter that I prepared and sent to a federal investigator.
That was done in April of 2019, right?
Yes. It's dated April 2019.
And the subject of your correspondence was the Tactical Solution Group and the Technology Management Solutions. Would you tell us what those two organizations were?
Technology Management Solutions, or also known as TMS, was a West Virginia company formed in 2013 by Michael Cochran and Natalie Cochran.
How about the other one?
Tactical Solutions Group, also referred to as TSG, doing business as TSG, is the company that was formed in 2017 by Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran, which the Ponzi scheme ran through.
All right. Now, looking at this document, is it true that you allege as the mode of operation that the Cochrans, plural, Cochrans, have been soliciting contract investors to invest funds into their company to be applied to government contracts? Plural. Cochrans.
Which paragraph, Mr. Victor?
Mode of operation, first page.
Yes, I see that.
So they were both involved in the soliciting government contracts, right? According to you.
Well, when this correspondence was written, we began the investigation 1 month prior to this correspondence, so we were still fact-finding. We didn't conclude that Mr. Cochran was or wasn't involved that early. We went into it as if both were involved. We didn't know. We hadn't collected all the evidence, reviewed all the documents and things of that nature. So
Mr. Hinman,
at that time, it still does list them as Cochrans.
Mr. Hinman, this investigation has been going on since 2017. Is that right?
No, sir.
When did you start this investigation, sir?
In 2019.
2019. So 2 months before months or so before the federal indictment?
The indictment wasn't in April.
Okay. So in 2019, you're still speculating whether they're both involved in this or whether just one of them is involved?
By the time the federal indictment occurred, we had concluded that Mr. Cochran did not know. We had spoken with witnesses, we had reviewed documents, we had got all of our records, we had subpoenaed in from third-party record holders.
Yes.
So it would be, no, we were open-minded. We didn't know to what extent either, or if they were, we were still collecting records.
Where is in this document that you are telling Colonel Cahill that this investigation is still in its infancy?
This letter is not addressed to Colonel Cahill, first of all. And I don't understand that really, what your question is.
Well, tell us where in this document, written to Jeff, whoever Jeff is, does it say that this investigation has just started and we're collecting more data and we're going to talk to more witnesses?
The document says, Jeff, pleasure speaking with you this morning. This is a document that I prepared following a phone call with a special agent of the federal government who I had reached out to assist with getting records from federal government databases, and I was providing him the information he had requested so that he could do his search.
But I didn't ask you that, Mr. Hinman. I asked you to show me in this document where it says that we have just started the investigation of the Cochrans, plural. Where is it?
The document would not state that because that's not relevant to this document.
It wasn't relevant. Okay.
To this document, to
I see.
this special agent.
But you described in detail in this letter the mode of the operation of those two organizations, and you used the word Cochrans, plural, and now you also described how this alleged fraud is being perpetrated. Is that right?
This working document does describe some of the information we had learned at that point. Yes.
Then you also wanted to see the list of any contracts or any other documents that deal with the Cochrans. Page 2, what we need. Cochrans, not just Natalie Cochran. Is that right?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
I was trying to explain all this earlier, but
Well,
you
explain it to
objected.
me like I'm 3 years old. Do you have in the what we need section of this document the statement that we need all the documents, date, numbers, dates, details, payments to TSG and or the Cochrans, again plural. Does it say that in your letter or not?
It does.
It does. How about in the mode of operation of this alleged fraud? When, and I'm reading from the top paragraph, 5th line. When maturity date occurs, TSG Cochrans notify investors of funds being in, but then offer them a partial payment. Fair to say that you use the word Cochrans again?
Yes, I use the word Cochran's again, referring to the Cochran's business, TSG and or TMS,
Okay.
Technology Solutions Group, Technology Management Solutions.
You testified that it is your, I guess, conclusion that Mr. Cochran didn't know anything about what Ms. Cochran was doing in terms of the fraud and the Ponzi scheme, right?
That's not accurate, no.
Okay. What did Mr. Cochran, well, illegitimate part of the business. Legitimate part of the business you testified that Mr. Cochran was involved in, right?
Mr. Cochran was involved to the extent that he did certain things. With
Like
the business.
what?
He would help locate contracts. He would do online internet searching of federal databases for government contracts that were available for bid from contractors. He would identify those contracts and provide them to Mrs. Cochran, who then would order those contracts or bid on those contracts so they could be awarded those contracts.
And he distanced himself from that point on, from anything to do with the contracts, right?
That is exactly what it appears. But not, that's not all inclusive though. So,
All right. Now, have you, in your thorough investigation of this case, talked to the children of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
no.
Well, why not? They were adult by now.
Well, at the time they were children, they had nothing to do with the business, so we weren't.
Would it surprise you if I told you that they observed their parents work on the federal contracts? That is, the father worked on the federal contracts while the mother was reading a newspaper or a book?
No, we know that. We know that exactly.
Well, wait a minute. So, Mr. Cochran is working on those contracts. My client is sitting peacefully reading a book, and you're telling this jury that he had no knowledge of these contracts?
I'm not telling the jury that. I've said that he knew about the contracts that he was led to believe were bid on by their business.
Okay.
We spoke with many witnesses who would see both the Cochrans on the internet looking.
Mr. Hinman, I'm sorry. I'm not interested in any other witnesses. I'm interested in this particular witness as a son or a daughter of the Cochrans. You don't know anything about what happened in the household of the Cochrans when Mr. Cochran was working on those contracts, do you?
We never interviewed the children. We never were in the house while they were working on contracts to observe what he did. So the answer would be no.
Now, this fraud resulted in what the prosecution described here as a lavish lifestyle for the Cochrans. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, let's start with the property that the Cochrans all of a sudden acquired. They had 3 homes, right?
Yes.
So, were those homes acquired simultaneously, or were they purchased during, one after another?
Based on my best memory, because I did not bring any asset schedules up with me, they were purchased at different times.
Okay. And they were not the cheapest of properties, were they?
No, they were not.
What did Mr. Cochran do for a living, sir?
Mr. Cochran's profession or occupation was he was an IT or internet technology specialist. He dealt with networking, setting up IT and networking. That's what his training and certification was, and that's what the business technology management solution would have also done: install wiring, phone lines, computer lines, network things.
What was his job? Where did he derive his income from?
Doing that from 2013 to
Okay.
2017. He also worked for Workforce West Virginia, either as a salaried employee or a subcontractor, doing just that, networking and internet support for them.
Well, how much money was he making a year? Do you know?
Which year?
Well, let's say 2013.
I don't think we pulled his wages back to 2013.
All right, 2017.
That I can give you. His last reported wages, his last reported wages were in 2013, the second quarter of 2013.
So you really don't know how much money this man was making from any source to give us an estimate as to how much money the family made.
We looked at the Cochran's personal bank accounts
Yeah.
for their business bank accounts,
Well,
and we found sources of income. The focus of our investigation was sources of income from these federal contracts and
Right.
federal government.
and I'm trying to, Natalie Cochran was a pharmacist, right?
Yes,
Her income was about 120 grand a year. Wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
All right.
Was,
But his income, as we sit here today before the jury, we still cannot identify. Can we? His individual income.
to a certain point, we can. We
Well-
can, yes, we can, can't provide you numbers, but we can, we see what was legitimate income, we see what was not legitimate income.
Was his income, even combined with Natalie Cochran, such that allowed the purchase of 3 real estate properties that would go into thousands of dollars?
Can you,
And more specifically,
can you clarify the 3 properties you're referring to?
property on 219 North Eisenhower Drive, property at 210 Parkwood Drive, property at 433 4H Lake Drive, all subject to subsequent forfeiture.
Yes, the last one, the home on 4H Lake Road, that home was held by them before the Ponzi scheme began. The other 2 properties were purchased with proceeds from the Ponzi schemes during the period of the Ponzi scheme.
And one day, Ms. Cochran sits at home, and her husband walks in and says, "Honey, we just got the property with thousands of dollars." Or she walks in and says, "Honey, we just got the property worth thousands of dollars." And he says what to it? Wouldn't it be surprising to you, Mr. Hinman, that all that lavish lifestyle was sudden and enormous, and any reasonable person such as Mr. Cochran would ask where the money came from? Wouldn't that be the case?
That's a mischaracterization of our investigation. And,
Okay.
and I don't know what your question.
Then the answer is no.
Would I be surprised?
Yeah.
Was that the question?
Well, no. Well, would you be surprised? Your wife walked in with a new real estate that she just purchased for X thousands of dollars. Wouldn't you want to question where she got that property? Unless you knew what the source of that income was. Would that be right?
I don't know.
I don't know. Well, all of a sudden, Mr. Cochran can afford a 1965 Shelby Cobra replica, an antique car, thousands of dollars. He drives in front of the house and says, "Honey, I just got me a nice little car." Wouldn't that be a question mark for anybody in the family where that money came from?
I don't know. I know where it came from.
Well,
I don't know what people in the family believed.
okay. Well, then we have a Yamaha motorcycle, 2017. 2014 B-Tex dump trailer, another Yamaha motorcycle, Polaris model, I take it as another motorcycle, another big trailer, a Yamaha Timberwolf, Honda Rubicon, 2 diamond earrings. One of those earrings was like $14,000, wasn't it? His gift to Natalie.
What was the purchase date of it?
Like $14,000.
The purchase date?
The earrings, the jewelry.
Purchase date? What year?
I think it was 2018.
19?
2018.
18. And yes, that would be derived from proceeds from the Ponzi scheme as well.
That's right. So he has all that money at his disposal, and he doesn't know where that money comes from, having no identifiable job.
He believed it came from a business called TSG that they ran together, getting federal contracts.
And you believe that? That's your opinion.
The evidence points in that
The evidence?
direction.
All right.
Let's stop at this juncture. I hate to interrupt cross-examination, but we do need a comfort break. We've gone on a little too far. I want to take a brief recess at this time. We'll break for about 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and you may go with the bailiff to your jury room. All right, are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
That's from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything
No, Your Honor.
All right, bring in the jury, please. All right, we continue with cross-examination of the witness. Please, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Hinman, did you know that Mr. and Mrs. Cochran did not have any, or did not list any, source of income past 2017? Did you know that or not?
They didn't list it where?
On their tax returns.
No,
You didn't know that, okay?
I don't know if that's true, but I did not know.
But I didn't ask you whether you knew it was true. I just asked you whether you knew that they did that. And the answer is no. Now, did you know, did you look at the, well, I mean, you investigated this case thoroughly. Did you ever consider looking at the forfeiture clause or forfeiture document filed by the federal government? Did you?
Again, this came after I had already left, so
Okay.
I didn't see this at that time,
Okay.
no.
So if I told you that in the year of 2018, under Schedule C for Tactical Solutions, Mr. and Mrs. Cochran listed the gross sales and gross profits for for the Tactical Solution Group, the gross profit of $12,406,564. Would that surprise you?
No, I did see those documents, yes.
Mr. Hinman, the wife comes home and the husband comes home and says, honey, we just filed the taxes. Our income is $12 million. And then what?
That's not how the documents ran with this business or with the Cochrans, so that would not be the case.
For the profit of the TSM, $12 million. Where did that come from, sir? And even better, the wife says to, the husband says to the wife, honey, where did that 12 mil come from? And you still testify here today under oath that he didn't know anything about the illicit Ponzi scheme? Is that your testimony here today?
Yes, he did not know anything about the Ponzi scheme.
Okay. Well, he obviously listed as the place for the mail for the Tactical Solution Group, P.O. Box 667, as a general customer, is Michael Cochran, didn't he?
I don't know what you're looking at, Mr. Victor.
Okay. May I have this marked?
Certainly.
As I'm gonna hand the prosecution copy of this. And may I have this marked
The defendant's
as
exhibit number
defendant's
2.
exhibit number 2?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Hyman, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 2 and tell us whether you know what this is.
No, Mr. Victor, I can't say I know what this is.
You don't know? Does it say P.O. Box 667 for Tactical Solution and gives the address of 4334 H Lake Road, Daniels, West Virginia? Would that be the address of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran's house?
That is the address of their house.
Right? And now they've been assigned a P.O. Box number 667 for that address. True? You can look at the very top of the document to just see P.O. Box 667. Don't you? Yes or no?
This document does say box number 667.
All right.
However, it doesn't have any dates on it.
No, Mr.
Okay.
Hyman.
Okay, I'm
Does it
just-
say P.O. Box 667 for that particular address?
I want to answer the questions intelligently, but I need to
Well, you
know.
can answer that on redirect.
Okay.
Does it list P.O. Box 667 for that home address of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
It lists 2 P.O. boxes here,
All
so.
right. Well, then
It
let's
says,
start
yes,
with P.O. Box
667 is one of
667.
those.
All right. And who is the customer on the front page?
Tactical Solutions Group LLC.
All right. And then there is P.O. Box 782, also listed on that front page, right?
Yes.
And that is, who is the customer for that?
That says Michael Cochran.
All right. And on page 2, P.O. Box 667 is assigned to Tactical Solution Group, right?
Yes.
And then it says individual right after that in like little brackets, and it says Michael Cochran, right?
Did you say blue brackets?
It's a little bracket, may.
Yes, that says Michael Cochran there.
And P.O. Box 782 is, again, Michael Cochran as a customer.
Yes.
Now, may I retrieve the exhibits? Oh, by the way, I moved for the admission of defendant's exhibit number 1, if I forgot, and also number 2.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection either.
All right, defendant's exhibits numbers 1 and 2 will be admitted into evidence.
May I retrieve the exhibits, please? So would you agree with me, sir, that all the mail that comes to the Tactical Solution, the Tactical Solution Group comes to the P.O. Box owned by Michael Cochran. And he has access to it, obviously. True?
No.
No? Okay. One of these companies dealt with firearms. True?
Yes, sir.
Military equipment. True?
Purportedly, yes, sir.
What my clients, do you know from your thorough investigation of this case, what is my client's experience with firearms and military gear?
I don't believe your client has any experience with firearms or military gear that I'm aware of.
However, Mr. Cochran seems to have plenty of experience with that, right?
I think he was a fan of those things. I don't think he ever served in the military.
No. He was a fan of the military equipment.
The persona.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, he is actually listed as the partner in both of these firms, right?
Yes and no.
Yes and no?
Yes and no.
Okay. Well, let's see. Well, let's start with something different. Registration status that is registered with, I believe, the Secretary of State. May I have this marked as defendant's sequential exhibit? approach?
Yes, you may.
I'll show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 3 and ask you to turn to page 2 and tell the jury what that document says.
The documents, page 2 of 5, is a printout. What all do you want me to read?
Well, let me ask you this. Isn't it the registration of the business called Tactical Solution Group, LLC? At least that's what it says, right?
On this document, yes, it does
Well,
say that.
And to renew the registration, it shows all kinds of computer possibilities, HTTPS, whatnot. But then it has a name of somebody who is related to Tactical Solution Group and who is apparently registering this business. Who would that be? On page 2.
Michael Cochran.
Do you see anywhere there in this document
Not on this document, no, sir.
the name of Natalie Cochran?
No, sir, not that document.
All right. Move for admission into the evidence of defendant's exhibit number 3.
All right.
I move for the admission. I don't.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
Defendant's exhibit number 3 will be admitted into evidence.
I'd like to have this marked as the defendant's exhibit number 4. Can I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 4. Would you tell us what that is?
It appears to be a photograph without a date of a business card that says Technology Management Solutions, LLC.
Okay. Who is the owner and the operator?
The owner and operator on this card is Michael B. Cochran.
Okay. He is licensed and insured, correct?
Yes,
And
according to this card.
Of course, according to his card. We're looking at exhibit number 5, Mr. Hinman.
This says exhibit
4.
number 4.
4. He gives a direct phone number for those who wish to contact him, doesn't he?
There is a phone number on the card, yes.
Okay. And he also gives his email address, right?
There is an email on here, yes.
And that's M. Cochran, not N. Cochran. True?
That is correct.
All right. If I may retrieve this. And I'd like to move it into the evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
It is admitted.
Your Honor, I may retrieve another document.
All right.
Which... No, that's exhibit. No, I cannot retrieve. to them. Is it true that Mr. Cochran signed all kinds of checks on behalf of his business?
There were checks signed by Mr. Cochran, yes.
Dealing with the operation of the of the business.
Can we clarify which business or both businesses?
Well, Technical Solution Group. I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. And I have provided copies to the state. I'm going to ask that these exhibits be perhaps marked collectively in a sequential number.
All right. You've got copies of these, Mr. Truman.
I do, yes.
No. No, just collectively. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you what the marked as the defendant's exhibit number 5. Would you take a look at these pages and tell us what you see?
You want me to describe everything?
Well, no, just tell us what these pages represent?
Page one of the one that has a stapled page is a photocopy of a check, a Tactical Solutions Group check number 1095, City National Bank. It's attached to a printout of what appears to be a partial screenshot of a web page pertaining to the ATF.
Who is this check for? Who is it payable to?
I believe it says Morpho Trust on it.
Okay. Who signed this check?
This particular check number 1095, is signed by Michael Cochran.
Okay. Next check. Who is it for?
The next three documents are single pages. They all are photocopies of checks written on City National Bank in the name of Tactical Solutions Group.
Signed by whom?
Check 1216, the first document is signed by what appears to be Michael Cochran.
Who is it
Even
payable?
though it's,
Who is it payable to?
I'm not sure. This one is made payable to Jason Bowen.
For what? Can you tell?
What amount?
Well, what amount?
Oh, May 18th, 2018, check to Jason Bowen, $1,000, and that is for labor remodeling of 219 North Eisenhower Drive, which is the...
I didn't ask you what it is. I asked you what it says.
The second one, check 1268, dated 6/21/2018, that is written, same account number, same bank, to Jason Bowen for $1,000 for labor for remodeling work,
Okay.
TSG.
That would be Tactical Solution Group, right? Right?
Yes. August 31st, 2018, check 1405, same bank, check written to Jonathan Miller for $1,200. And in the memo line it says labor for TSG.
If I may retrieve the exhibit and move for the admission of the defendant's exhibit number 5.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendant's number 5 is admitted into evidence.
Would you agree with me, Mr. Hinman, that Mr. Cochran is intimately involved in the running of the operation of TSG?
No, sir, I would not agree
No.
with that.
Now, he signs checks for the workers who perform improvements on his place of business. He gets involved in the running the operation daily, and you would not agree that he is actually a member of, well, actually runs the daily affairs in this company.
No.
Okay. How many checks can you tell me Natalie Cochran signed for any operation of the business?
The majority of the checks that we reviewed were signed by Natalie Cochran.
Well, can you show me any that deal with the business, day-to-day business operations of the TSG?
Yes.
Well, as you sit here today, you have any of them? Any copies?
Not with me, sir, no.
Okay. Let's assume that she signed it. We have already acknowledged, did we not, that she was part and parcel of this business, right?
Yes, she was.
However, you're claiming that Mr. Cochran didn't seem to know anything about it.
That was not my testimony, no.
Okay. He only knew the legitimate parts of it, right?
No, sir, that's not what I said.
All right. Now, when the Cochrans asked for a loan, who asked for a loan?
Which loan are we talking about?
Tactical Solutions Group, when they asked for a loan to run their business Who asked for that loan?
There were several loans, so which loan,
Well, let's
can we,
start with
can we
this one.
be more specific?
It is marked as defendant's sequential exhibit.
This is number 6, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as the defendant's exhibit number 6. Would you tell us whether this is what it is, personally?
This is a poor copy, photocopy of some type of perhaps loan document from a bank. Maybe City National Bank.
Poor copy it is. So let's see who's signed this poor copy for a loan.
Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Right. May I retrieve the exhibit and move for the admission and the evidence?
Dated 9/27/2017.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No objection.
And when
It's
you,
admitted.
thank you, Ron. And when you apply for a loan, you have to disclose your financial status. Is that true?
Generally, yes.
Well, you're a fraud expert here. You touted your credentials here in the financial world. So I ask you a simple question: if you apply for a loan for a banking institution, do you have to disclose your financial status?
Generally, yes.
Right. Now, do you know what type of information was disclosed to that bank in asking for the loan?
Again, which loan are we referring to?
The one
Mr.
that I showed you right now in exhibit number 5.
That is two documents out of many documents of a bank loan.
didn't
So
ask you
I
about
do
that.
not know without having adequate documents to review. So I don't know what was given.
So you don't remember whether they disclosed any financial information to any bank in asking for a loan?
I can answer that generally, or I can answer that specifically.
Well, then let me ask you whether you, in your thorough investigation of the case, concluded that they were both or individually filing for a loan, first of all. You have the evidence that they have so far, right?
That they have filed for loans.
For loans. And in your thorough investigation of the case, did you conclude or did you learn that Mr. Cochran was actually disclosing his income or the TSG's income in the application for the loan? Do you know or do you not? Well, you prepared for this trial, Mr. Hinman. You have had at the disposal of the financial documents.
2 years worth of financial documents. We need to be specific about which document, which loan we're
Well, I
talking
asked you
about.
about this one. You don't.
It's an inadequate copy. I don't know. I can't even verify which bank it was. There were many financial institutions involved in these businesses and with the scheme. So,
All right. Have you ever talked to Michael Cochran?
I met. Well, yes, I met Michael Cochran The deceased Michael Cochran,
Yes, the
at least
deceased
two
Michael
times.
Cochran.
His father's name, Michael Cochran. So
Okay, the deceased Michael Cochran.
I think 2 times I met Mr. Cochran.
And you discussed his business with him?
Neither time.
Well, when did you talk to him?
I
year?
think I attended a board meeting for Shady Spring Football Board and parents that was the subject of a complaint of a embezzlement that Trooper Alan Marsh of the West Virginia State Police was investigating. He consulted with me and asked me to come to this meeting
Okay.
and help him with this investigation. And I think I met Michael Cochran. He was at the meeting, may have been introduced, may not have.
But on neither occasion did you talk to him about Natalie Cochran's business, correct?
Those were not the nature of the contacts.
Well, yes or no? Come on.
No, that's a,
All right.
that's a
Now-
negative.
Now, so would it be fair to say that at no point did Mr. Cochran come to you and said, you know, officer, well, detective, whatever your status was at that time, I think my wife is doing something really shady. I need to really talk to some police officers, or I need to really report my wife, maybe to the feds. Nothing like that ever happened, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And you've concluded from all of this, all of your investigation, that Ms. Cochran was running into a financial scheme that was, of course, illegal, right? True?
Yes.
And that Mr. Cochran didn't know anything about it, okay? Right?
He was unaware of the illegality portion of the business,
He was
yes.
blissfully unaware of any illegality of it. Now, isn't it true that he actually received almost $44,000 from his parents for the investment of this business?
Yes. Yes, they did.
Well, what other money from the investors were directed to Mr. Michael Cochran just directly? Do you know?
Is this are you springing off the first question?
Well, let me just do this. If I may have this marked. That's the defendant's exhibit number. That would be 7.
Number 7.
Number 7. May I approach the witness, please?
Certainly.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 7, and this is a document in this shape that I received. Would you kindly look at this document and tell the jury what this document is?
some sort of financial document.
All right. Let me maybe, let's read together. This has been provided to us by the prosecution, so I'm reading. The Bank of America Visa, Donna K. Bolt and Edward Wayne Bolt, victims of fraud. Who are the Bolts, sir?
Edward Wayne Bolt and Donna K. Bolt, husband and wife. Donna is the biological mother of the decedent Michael Cochran, and Edward is her husband,
So the mother-
stepfather of Michael Cochran.
All right, so the mother and the stepfather of Michael Cochran. They seem to be providing Mr. Michael Cochran on page 1, page 2, page 3, and page 4 directly with substantial amounts of money, right? Amounting to about 44,000. If you want to count. What's your answer?
Can you repeat the question?
This document shows in different locations the payments made by Mr. and Mrs. Bolt, in this case, victims of fraud, as it says, substantial direct payments to Michael Cochran in the amount of sum total of about $44,000. Does that be a fair assessment?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, then let's go line by line. On the front page, on December the 8th, and posting date December 9th, it says SQ Michael Cochran Daniels, reference number 8086, account number 6008, $11,821. Do you see that?
Yes, sir. I believe so.
How about 12/4, posted 12/15, SQ Michael Cochran, reference number 2358, same account number, $1,648.79. Do you see it?
Yes.
On 2/4 and 2/5, I'm sorry, on the second page, on February 4th, posted February 5th, SQ Michael Cochran Daniels, reference number 4817, $1,448. Do you see it?
Yes.
Then on page 3, on February 15th, well, February 14th, and February 15th, on Valentine's Day, they must have been very generous because they posted $2,431, and the same day, $6,302, and the next day, they sent to Mr. Cochran $7,000. Do you see it?
I do see that.
Well, is there any doubt in your mind that this was sent to Mr. Cochran as part of his investment? Or their investment in his company?
They appear to be investments into the company.
And so they sent that money directly to Michael Cochran?
That would be incorrect.
No?
No, sir.
No? Who did they send it to, sir?
They sent it to what appears to be a Square app. It's a
Okay.
financial app that was under the control of Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Right? Well, we've already established that Natalie Cochran is a bad girl, but we were trying to establish whether Mr. Cochran had any of that knowledge that the money that was being invested, he had the knowledge of. That was invested
He
as
was
part of his scheme.
He was aware that his mom and his stepdad were investing money into the business.
Okay? Who else invested in his business that you know he was aware of?
Natalie Cochran's parents, the Jessups, Daphne Jessup and Larry Jessup.
So, well, how much did they invest? Do you remember?
Initially, roughly $76,000 from May 30th, 2017 to March 21st, 2019.
And Mr. Cochran was aware of that, right?
I don't know about theirs. I think he was, yes.
All right. Who else invested in that company that you are aware of?
Did you want me to go down the entire list?
Oh, sure.
Okay. So there was, appears to be Natalie Cochran's parents, Larry and Daphne Jessup, Michael Cochran's parents, or his mom, Donna Bolton, and stepdad, Eddie Bolt. Then Natalie Cochran's sister, Penny Carrico, was an investor into the business. Penny Carrico is now Penny Lowry. She had a boyfriend named Mario Lowry at the time. He was an investor into the business. Then Natalie Cochran has a sister named Wendy, and her husband John Poteet. They own a business here in Raleigh County.
How much did they invest?
Over $490,000.
And Michael Cochran was aware of that, wasn't he?
Do we continue with the list?
No, I just asked you a question, whether Michael Cochran was aware of that investment of almost $500,000.
Yes and no.
Yes and no? Well, which is it?
Well,
did he know?
He was aware of some. He was not aware of others. And then he was not aware of the extent of some of the investments or the repeat investments.
Well, how would you know that? This is the money sent to his account, isn't it?
Well,
isn't it?
I know that from my investigation, from reviewing financial documents, text messages,
What,
and interviewing
what
witnesses.
investigation? Tell us specifically what you investigated.
It was the investigation that I was previously trying to explain that you objected to and we never got to. And now we're talking about fragments of that investigation here on cross.
As you sit here, Mr. Hinman, you have to admit that Mr. Cochran was fully aware of large chunks of money that was being shipped to his company that he was a partner in. Wasn't he?
Mr. Cochran was aware of large sums of money coming to his business.
How much money was there total that was invested in TSG?
The victim...
Not the victim. How much money was
the
invested?
total victim amount that was addressed in the federal charges was over $2 million.
Over $2 million. Mm-hmm. And you're telling this court, and what happened with that money, by the way, once it was invested? They lived high on a hog, didn't they?
Yeah, that was part of it, yes.
Right. And so Mr. Cochran gets a nice shot of over $2 million, and all of a sudden he takes everybody to France. He goes on a trip to Hawaii, takes the family, buys himself a nice vehicle. Oh, for that matter, he even wants to buy a hangar for his helicopter, right?
That's correct.
And he knows nothing about the Oh, by the way, how much did he pay the investors so far? out of the money. Well, I mean, they invested in something. Now they're expecting a return, right? Would you agree with me that any reasonable investor would expect a return on especially $494,000?
Yeah, they would, but they were expecting more than that.
Well, they were expecting maybe more than that, but they were really expecting cash income from this, right?
That's what all the investors
Okay.
expected, yes.
Right. So they were expecting that. Well, how much out of this over $2 million that Mr. Cochran knew about and that was invested in TSG, how much of that money did he return to the investors as their profit?
That question cannot be answered.
Cannot be answered.
No, it cannot be answered because that's not how these the Ponzi scheme and investments, everything.
All right.
works.
So this is the Ponzi scheme. Would you agree with me? Is to rob Peter to pay Paul, right?
Yes.
So we robbed somebody of $464,000. We robbed Peter of $246,000 or something like that. How much did Paul get? That can be answered easily.
I know that the average investment return rate was around 30% on most of the investors. So
On paper, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
On paper, in Mr. Cochran's head, their investment return was negative because Mr. Cochran, as part of the this conspiracy, appropriated the money of the investors, didn't he? And lived high on a hog, traveling to Europe, Hawaii, and buying houses, real estate, cars, and everything else. Isn't that a fact,
No,
Mr.
sir.
Heisman? No?
No, it cannot be characterized like that because that's not a
Okay,
proper
well, then he-
characterization of.
Okay, I'll
circumstances.
rephrase it. He lived not high on a hog. He lived in a luxury, right? He offered scholarships to people out of the money that the investors sent him, didn't he?
No, I'm not aware of him offering scholarships
Well,
to anyone. I know that Natalie Cochran offered scholarships out of the illicit proceeds
well,
from
we
the Ponzi scheme.
we know that Natalie is committed
No,
certain-
no, Mr. Cochran did not. Again, there are blended facts of veracity, truth in what you're saying.
blended.
Yeah, your statements have part truth or part fact that can be supported by the investigation, and some of it is mischaracterizations not supported by facts. So
Well,
some of these answers I can't.
Then
Give it-
tell us what happened to the money, for example, that the Bolts, Mr. and Mrs. Bolt, invested with their beloved son.
The Bolts.
$44,000.
How much?
44 grand. You saw it in the exhibit.
Well, that's a portion of their investment.
All right. That's
So-
even better. So they invested more. What happened?
Some
what
of
happened to
some
all
of
the-
their invested money, and I don't know if they ever got anything back, but their money was used to pay other investors.
Right. So
Part
their
of the
beloved
Ponzi.
son did not even pay his own mother? On her investment?
Michael Cochran was not aware that his mom was not getting paid. He was not aware of the other investors. He discovered in August of 2018.
You're speculating. You're making this stuff up as you go along.
What I'm saying can be supported by third-party records, which I cannot manipulate, witness statements that we collected during our investigation, review of documents. No, I could support what I'm saying.
Were there any exchanges between Natalie and Mr. Cochran that you are aware of concerning that business?
Yes, there were lots of communication between Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran pertaining to the business.
Isn't it true that actually Mr. Cochran was telling Natalie, will you wait for me, I'll make the decisions, in so many words, during the exchanges. Are you aware of that or not?
Okay. I need more information, Mr. Victor, to.
Ms. Cochran could not make her own decisions in this business, could she? Without Michael's approval.
That's not correct, no, sir.
You don't know the inner workings of the relationship, do you?
Not accurately, no, I was not part of the
No.
relationship.
You don't know who was the dominant individual in the marriage and in the business, right?
I have a pretty good idea based on witness statements and reviewing text messages and things of that nature, yes.
Okay. Well, let's do it this way. You know about Mr. Michael Cochran's fascination with bodybuilding and being really a macho guy.
Yes.
And you have the same evidence of Natalie Cochran being fascinated with, bodybuilding, being, aggressive and all that. You have any?
Not bodybuilding, no, sir.
Bodybuilding. If you heard the testimony that Mr. Cochran was the dominant character in their marriage, would that surprise you?
No, I would expect to hear that, and I would also expect to hear the same about her in testimony. So I would hear both of that. I would hear that, yes.
Well, of course, you didn't talk to the children, right?
No,
So
sir.
you don't know what was happening in their marriage and in their relationship. And you talked to, I would imagine, her parents, right?
Her parents, Natalie's parents,
Right.
they would not cooperate and talk with law enforcement, no.
No, they wouldn't cooperate with you. Okay. Well, how about the cousins? Did you interview them? No.
Who are the cousins?
Well, anybody who claimed to be the Cochrans, Natalie Cochran's relatives.
We interviewed her sisters, Penny Carrico.
Okay.
We interviewed her sister and her husband, John Poteet, and Wendy Poteet.
And they were the investors, right?
Yes, every name I just mentioned were investors.
Okay.
We
And-
interviewed close friends.
And the
best-
Poteets lost a lot of money, didn't they?
They did.
All right.
Take pause at this time. We passed the
Very-
lunch hour, and I think
I'm sorry,
that,
Your Honor.
now would be a good time to take our lunch. And I again apologize for interrupting cross-examination, but we simply need to observe a lunch break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break till 1:15, and I apologize to you folks. We're a little bit late, but we sometimes have to go with the flow of the evidence. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Enjoy your lunch and try to be back in your jury room a little bit before 1:15. You may go with the bailiff now to your jury room. All right, we continue with cross-examination, please. But first, of course, we need the jury. Do we have any matters to take up out of the presence of the jury, Mr. Truman?
Could we have the equipment off again since we're still?
I didn't-
Could we have the equipment off again?
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thanks. Thank you.
Any matters to take up from the defense out of the presence?
No, Your Honor. No, thank you.
Bring in the jury, please. continue, please, Mr. Victor.
I just have a few more questions. The TSG, who was the majority owner of it?
By the Secretary of State's office. It does not list a percentage ownership. It shows organizers and members. For the TSG, the organizer was Natalie Cochran, and a member was Michael Cochran.
Was there ever any document or any agreement or anything that would suggest that Natalie Cochran was the 51% majority owner and Michael Cochran was 49% minority owner with the daily production to be his responsibility?
There are documents that indicate ownership percentage.
Okay. And that would be the percentage that you would recall from memory? 51-49?
There are financial documents wherein Natalie Cochran claimed to be 100% owner of TSG. There is one document that is a handwritten application for a financial loan where she listed herself as 51% and Michael Cochran as 49%. Otherwise, the remaining documents pertaining to financial transactions that we reviewed, she claimed to be 100% owner of TSG.
Okay. Tell us about their office. What did their office look like?
They had a storefront located on North Eisenhower Drive.
Okay. Secretaries?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Any equipment that would suggest it's a running office?
It was new in relation to his death, but there was computers in the office. There were office space.
Where was that office established?
The physical location.
Yeah, the TSG. You know.
It was the building was purchased in January 2018.
By whom?
Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Okay. And then the business was named TSG, and the front was devoted to that business, right?
The store.
The front store or whatever it was.
It had signage.
Okay.
Indicating the same signage and logo that were used on their website is the same signage that was used on the storefront.
Would you agree with me that, however, that most of the businesses was done online? Well, they didn't have a secretary. They didn't have anybody to welcome.
There was no legitimate business that was completed online or otherwise. So there was the appearance of a legitimate business.
I see.
And they were registered. That it's our belief, when this company was created, it was a good business plan. It was created legitimately, legitimate credentials, legitimate application and certification. It had the potential to be a legitimate business, but it never conducted any legitimate business.
Right. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect Mr. Truman.
Thank you. Defendants, one, please. Any what's been admitted as defendant's exhibit 1. That's your letter to Jeff?
Yes, it is.
Okay. April 1st of 2019. When did you open this investigation?
March 8th, I believe, was when we opened it.
Did you open it as soon as Trooper Marsh talked to you about it?
No, I had 2 conversations with Trooper Marsh. The initial call in which he tried to explain that he had a situation he didn't know how to deal with. And he gave me some, and that was on March 8th, and he gave me some initial facts. And I said, well, I need more information. So he went back to his complainant, the local businessman person, who then gave him more information. And I spoke with Trooper Marsh on March 11th. It was after my discussion with him on March 11th that we started exploring the opening of the investigation into the.
So, after March 11th, you'd had roughly 3 weeks before you wrote this letter. Had you done any investigation before then?
That was part of the research and investigative efforts coordinating with the special agent of the federal government.
Did you know much about the Cochran's business as of April 1st of 2019?
No, we were still collecting factual records, identifying people. We were collecting information. We made no assumptions of who was guilty or not guilty of anything. It had the appearance of a legitimate business. So that was early in the investigation. It's our responsibility to collect information as part of that investigation, and that is part of those information collecting efforts, that correspondence. Simply put, the agent asked me to request the information I was seeking from him on department letterhead, and that's why it has the superintendent's name and the letterhead of the agency.
Okay. You were soliciting assistance
Yes.
and explaining what you were going to try to accomplish.
He was a federal government special agent. These were federal government contracts, so we needed a federal resource to explore contracts down the federal database.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as on grounds of relevancy. I think we've been through this fraud case a long time. There's nothing to do with murder.
Anyway, what's been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 3. Is that a document from the West Virginia Secretary of State?
No, it's not.
Is it a private company that printed that information?
The website is the federal registration database where you would go in and make application for federal licensing and federal registration is what that appears to be.
Well, it's a private company, isn't it? This particular website. That's not a government agency, is it? It's not a .gov.
I'm going to object to the leading nature of these questions.
Is it a .gov address?
No, sir.
With all the questions about what Michael Cochran knew and didn't know, do you have any evidence that he knew that this was a fraud being carried on?
No.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Recross, Mr. Victor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Sir, you may step down. Thank you. Through the trial, or do you
Yes.
move that he be excused?
He's going to stay.
All right.
Thank you.
Call your next witness, Mr. Truman.
She is ascending the elevator as we speak. Jennifer Davis.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may have a seat right there. And Deputy Pryor, before you sit down, we need for you to turn on the equipment again. The helmet. Okay.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Jennifer Davis.
And make sure you're speaking into the microphone because I know it could be hard for the court reporter to hear.
Okay.
Jennifer, tell me a little bit about your immediate family. Who does that consist of?
My husband, Chris, my oldest Grant, his wife, Gabby, and our granddaughter, and my youngest, Gavin.
And is your family, well, you specifically, are you familiar with Natalie Cochran and her family?
Yes.
What, prior to now, what was your relationship like with Natalie?
We met in 2010, and, we were friends at the time. We weren't close, but we were friends And then when my son was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in 2012, we became very close.
And why did you become close at that point?
She was a certified diabetic educator, and when he was released from the hospital in December, we went to the pharmacy to pick up his medicine, and she was working, and she took us in her office, and because it was devastating, we didn't know anything about diabetes, didn't know anything about his medicine, how to dose him, and she took us in his office, showed us how to give him shots, told us things like that.
So she provided diabetic counseling for your son?
Yes, and then for the longest time, I'm not sure how long, anytime he would eat, I would, if the carbs weren't counted, because in order to give him insulin, you'd have to count all the carbs. And if they weren't counted, on the back of a box or something, if we were just eating a plate of food, I would take a picture and text it to her. And she was very good. She knew exactly how many carbs that there was in that meal and how much, dosage to give him.
So it sounds like you all ultimately became pretty close.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, we were very close. Yes.
Were you also, outside of Gavin's diabetes, were you also friends?
Yes. Yes, we were.
Did you go over to the Cochran's house?
Yes, we went to each other's house. We went to the movies together. We went to eat. We went to sporting events together. So, yeah.
Were your and Natalie's husbands also friends?
Yes, they were friends.
Would you consider them close friends?
Yes.
In the times that you went over to the Cochran's house, did you ever take your kids with you?
Yes.
Did you ever ask Natalie to keep any sort of diabetic supplies handy for Gavin?
No, there was never any need to.
And why was there not a need to?
Because we had that at our house, and they lived close enough that she didn't need anything.
Okay. Did you and Natalie share a lot of personal details about your lives when you were friends?
I think so, yeah.
Would you say that you shared both good and bad experiences?
For sure, yes.
Okay. Do you recall any negative experiences that Natalie might have shared with you about her husband?
They would argue, just like any typical,
Like anyone else?
Yes, yeah. Me and my husband would argue, they would argue, yeah.
Just very briefly, I want to touch on something, and we won't spend much time on this, I promise. You're familiar with the Cochran's business, TSG, Tactical Solutions Group?
Yes.
Did you and your husband invest any money with them?
Yes, it was my husband and two of his partners.
Okay, but none
Business
of your
partners.
personal money, it was
Correct.
him and his business partners?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Now I want to go ahead and move on to the date that we all know Michael fell ill for the last time, and that's February 6th of 2019.
Okay.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have this marked as State's Exhibit 2, I believe it is. This is just the text messages between Natalie and Jennifer.
Is it 2?
Yes, it's 2.
All right, very well.
I'm going to be attempting to use the projector, so if everybody could just bear with me while I do my best.
Be
to
very
figure it out. I may need the bailiff's help, actually. Jennifer, I'm going to, if it's okay with the judge, I'm going to approach you before I put these on the projector.
Okay.
Okay?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm going to take those back in a second.
Okay.
Okay. Jennifer, can you just briefly review what you have in front of you and tell me what that looks like?
They're texts between me and Natalie on February the 6th.
And is that how they would have appeared when they were on your phone?
Yes.
Do they appear to have been altered in any way?
No, and they're still on my phone. I don't delete or erase anything, so they would still be there today.
So these text messages still look exactly the same as they do on your phone today?
Yes, correct.
What year are we talking about these?
Oh, 2019.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Jennifer, how do you know that you were speaking with Natalie when you were having these conversations?
Because that was our text stream that we had since forever, for years.
Okay.
Your Honor, could she speak a little louder? I'm having trouble hearing her.
All right, if you could speak a little louder.
I'm sorry.
Pull that microphone closer, and I think that
Yes.
would help, Ms. Davis.
Okay.
Much better.
I'm going to actually do the same.
Okay.
Okay, Jennifer, I'm going to display some of these text messages between you and Natalie on the
Okay.
projector. And if you could just read these off to me and to the jury when I put them up here,
Okay.
okay? And I'm not going to put all of them up here, I promise.
Okay.
Judge, before we do that, may we approach on this one? This is
Yeah. All right, you may continue, Ms. Acorn.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jennifer, can you see that okay?
Yes.
Can you just explain to me what's going on in this conversation?
Is there any way we could tighten that up a little bit? I'm not sure the jury can read it. Are you folks having a hard time reading it? Or can you see it? You have better eyes than I do.
I know I'm standing right in front of it. Okay. Can you just explain what's going on in that conversation?
Yes, she said that her and Mike, they were both sick, and I think they had the flu or the norovirus, is what we were told either before or after. And she had to start taking small insulin shots. I'm going to have to order a vial. I know she said that the flu and the norovirus had hit her hard and made her more sick because of the cancer that she had. So then I had asked her if she was going to the cancer center or Dr. Halsey. And then I volunteered a vial of insulin if she needed it. And she went to Halsey today.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The document speaks for itself.
I can ask a different question, Your Honor.
Okay, I think that's a fair objection. Ms. Acorn, maybe you can ask her some questions.
So, Jennifer, at this point, you were offering to help out a friend in need. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And I'm going to remove that sheet. Jennifer, just looking over this one, did she accept your offer of help?
Yes, she did. She asked if she could borrow a vial of insulin.
Did you provide that insulin to her?
I didn't personally. I was running late. I was going to the church's mission center that day, and I had put together a few drinks, and I put the insulin in a bag and gave it to my husband, and he dropped it off on the porch on the way to work.
What sort of insulin did you put in that bag, if you remember?
It was Humalog. That's what my son takes, is Humalog.
Was it a new bottle?
Yes.
Did you require a prescription to get that particular type of insulin, or no?
Yes. No, you have to have a prescription for that.
Okay. You didn't send any needles over with it, though?
No.
Okay. if you'll just bear with me for a second here. You guys had a lot of conversations. Okay, let's take a look at this one. So, did you understand what Natalie was talking about when she made this statement that Mike was so mad about not being able to go somewhere? He had to take 2 of her blood pressure pills. Do you know where they were supposed to be going?
They were going to Virginia.
I'm going to object. This may be based on hearsay.
We won't know if it's based on hearsay until she responds, Your Honor.
Well, then we need to establish the foundation, whether it's based on hearsay
All
or
right,
not.
maybe you could establish a little foundation, Ms. Eckler.
Did you have any conversations with Natalie previously about where they were to be going that day?
Yes, they were borrowing our plane to go to fly to Virginia.
Okay. And that was a conversation that you and she directly had, not that you heard from someone else?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Jennifer, can you tell me who that's a picture of?
Mike?
That's Mike. And Natalie sent you that photograph?
Yes.
Did she provide any context for that? Did she call you or anything? Or is this, you
No.
just received this out of the blue?
Just that.
What did this picture mean to you when you received it?
I mean, just,
Judge, I'm going to object to this form of question. But we need to.
I think it's fair. I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness can answer.
just that it was just shocking that he was laying there.
But you didn't know what his condition was at that point? Is
No.
that fair?
No.
Okay. Do you know what these numbers mean that are featured in the below text message from Natalie? Or did you know at the time what they meant?
She was just giving his vitals.
Now, at this point, your husband had already dropped off the bag of insulin.
The
and
prosecutor is testifying, Your Honor.
Yes,
Assuming
if
the
you could
facts
rephrase
are not
the
evidence.
question.
Sure, Your Honor. Had Chris already gone by their house at that point in time?
He went there that morning.
Had you been by their house at any point that day?
I did later to drop off more drinks.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact time, but it was after that picture.
Now, I'm going to put that same screenshot back on here for just a second. One of those readings says BG 145. What is that reading?
Judge, again, unless we establish that the witness has some type of knowledge.
Your Honor, I believe we have established that the witness has some type of knowledge about what that could mean, because once she answers, I believe we'll know that her son, being a diabetic, gives her that knowledge herself.
Perhaps you could ask her if she does have that knowledge.
Okay. Jennifer, do you have knowledge of what the BG stands for in that set of vitals that you spoke about earlier?
Yes, BG is blood sugar. We would always refer to Gavin's blood sugar as BG or BS. It was always one or the other.
And not speaking about Michael, but speaking about your general experience with diabetes with your son, what does that number mean to you?
That is high. That is for a non-diabetic or even a diabetic, it's 80 to 120 is the normal range. So 145 is a high blood sugar.
And you just know that because your son's diabetic, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Ms. Cochran ever provide you with the reason that she sent you that photograph?
No. No.
Did she explain to you what she believed had happened to Michael to put him in that position?
later on said that he was sick and he threw up in the sink and collapsed or passed out.
Did you ever visit the house after that point in time on that date?
Like I said earlier, I had dropped off drinks, but I don't remember what time that was.
Okay.
And I didn't go inside.
Did Natalie tell you if she had called for help or anything of that nature?
No.
Did she tell you if she'd contacted anyone else?
She had said that Stephanie and John Hamilton were coming by, and then the contractors were the ones that actually got him from the kitchen to the couch.
Now, I know you ultimately didn't go to the house that day. Did your husband go that you're aware of?
Yes, he went that evening.
And then after that, do you know what happened to Michael?
Once Chris got there, and I don't remember the time, sometime between 7 and 8, I'm not sure, that night, he took him to the hospital.
Objection. That's
All right,
hearsay.
stand your ground.
That's hearsay.
Pardon?
That's hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And lack of personal knowledge, that's another one.
I'll overrule the objection. Continue, Ms. Davis. You may have to rephrase the question or ask it again.
I believe the question was, do you have any knowledge of what happened to Michael after the time that your husband had arrived at the house?
My husband took him to Raleigh General, and we were texting. He had called me to let me know that.
Please note my continuing objection to any type of hearsay or statements by any other third party.
All right. Do we anticipate that Mr. Davis will testify in this trial?
Yes, he will, Your Honor.
All right, with that understanding, I'm going to allow it. Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
They took him to Raleigh General, and I'm not sure how long he was there, but he was on a ventilator quite soon from the time he got there, and then they end up transporting him to CMC that night.
And do these text messages support your recollection of how that went?
Yes.
And in fact, Ms. Cochran herself advised you that he was put on a vent?
Correct.
Now, while all of this was going on, did you all have an event that was going to be happening with the Shady Spring youth sport?
Yes, the middle school baseball was having a bingo with the high school volleyball, Shady, for a fundraiser that Saturday evening.
Did you and Ms. Cochran discuss that while Mike was in the hospital?
Yes, because she was working on getting everything together, and she was, organizing it, so she was still working on it.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find a good way to phrase this. Did you find it odd at all that she continued to work on bingo while her husband was incapacitated?
Judge, I'm going to object to that. That's a comment on the defendant's character.
Sustained.
This comment, I hope the swelling affects the mean side of his brain and the rest stays good. What did you take that to mean? What did that mean to you?
Now, Your Honor, now we're entering the area of medical knowledge. This witness is not qualified to interpret this medical information.
Your Honor, I don't believe we're entering the area of medical knowledge. She's simply talking about the decedent being mean.
I think so, too. I don't think this has any relation at all to medical terms or knowledge. I'll overrule the objection and permit the witness to testify.
Just that, the mean side of his brain where, if he would get grouchy or, get mad. That's how I took that.
But there's nothing about Michael that stood out to you as particularly more mean than any other person?
No.
Okay. This one's a little blurry, so forgive me. But if you can tell me, Jennifer, what is that photo of?
That's at Raleigh General when they're working on Mike.
And that photo also came from Natalie?
Correct.
That very first text message, Jennifer, if you could just read that to yourself for me. Do you have any personal knowledge of what sort of meds Natalie's talking about at this point, about getting Mike off of?
He would take supplements for working out, like the kinds you get at GNC or whatever. Like that was my knowledge. Pre-workout and things like that.
This is another photograph that was sent to you by Natalie. What is that a photograph of?
Once again, Mike, I believe that's at Raleigh General.
Now, with this question, I'm not asking you to speculate at all, but I'm asking you for your personal knowledge, given that your son is diabetic, okay?
Okay.
BG this AM is 44. If your son's blood glucose is 44, what would you expect to see?
If he wasn't already in a coma at 44, he would be very close to it. Anytime he had low blood sugar, he would get sweaty, clammy. His legs would get weak. When it was super low, it would even start going into his arms. He couldn't feel his arms.
Now, while all this was going on, were you also handling all of the bingo organization for Natalie at home?
I was helping. I wasn't in charge of anything, but I was trying to help and do what I could.
Did you get to go up and visit Michael at any point while he was at CAMC?
Yes, we went every day.
And did you see him awake at any point while you were there?
No, he was never awake.
What was Ms. Cochran's demeanor like while you were there?
Claim to object to that.
She was very calm. She was in, just in control. I felt that she was strong. She was, I guess normal as you can be.
What sort of condition was Michael in when you saw him?
He was intubated. He was non-responsive. He just laid there.
And then shortly after that, he was moved to hospice, is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever get to see him while he was there?
Yes.
Did you speak with Natalie a lot while you all were visiting Mike at hospice?
Yes, we did. We spoke often.
And did you offer to help her at any point?
Yes. I tried, I was trying to be there for her and just comfort her. Like I said, I felt that she was been strong. But, I had even asked her at one point if there was anything that I could do to help her, anything I can get for her. And she had made a very just a odd comment. She said, if you could help me hold a pillow over his face, because I don't like seeing him this way.
And at hospice, is that the last time that you ever saw Michael alive?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Wick.
Ms. Davis, first I want to ask you about the losses that your husband's company sustained as a result of this fraud. What were your losses?
It was with him and his business partners, so it wasn't any personal loss of ours. He was the third.
Well, let me ask you about your husband and his partners. How much did they lose?
They lost over $500,000.
$500,000. Your husband at some point was Natalie Cochran's attorney, right?
He would have to answer that, but yes.
Well, do you know or not?
Well, yes, he did.
Okay. And yet, after he and his company lost over $500,000, he testified against her in federal court, didn't he?
Correct.
Okay. Her own attorney.
He was not representing her at that time.
Okay. Okay. And let's talk about this Humalog for a second. You know that there are two types of insulin. One is Novolog and one is Humalog, right?
Correct.
And you know that because your son, very sadly, is afflicted with diabetes 1, as we call it, right?
Yes.
Which is a very serious problem.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Novolog, you cannot get over the counter. True?
You cannot get it over the counter.
But Humalog, you can.
Humalog, you can't. That's a prescription.
You cannot?
You cannot. It's a prescription.
And so if there was any testimony here that you can, of course, that would be incorrect in your mind.
Right.
I see. All right. Now, you, of course, do not know. Well, let's strike that. Is your testimony here today that Natalie Cochran never had any medication for your son?
Correct.
Did you, in fact, allow her to pick up the medication for your son from the pharmacies?
Yes, she would pick up medicine and then drop it off at the house.
I'm going to ask you again whether she was allowed to have the medication in her possession for your son.
Yes, but she did not take it home with her.
Yes or no, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to mark this. Defense exhibit.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Thank you.
If I may approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
I'm gonna hand you what's been marked, the defendant's exhibit number 8, and ask you whether you would recognize this document.
Yes, I've never seen it before, but
What would this document be, ma'am?
it's showing the doctor that prescribed Gavin his insulin.
Would you turn to page 2? I'm sorry, page 3. Who was picking up that medication for?
Natalie.
All right. I'm going to ask that this exhibit be admitted into the evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Truman?
No, Your Honor.
Or Ms. Akins, I'm sorry. Thank you. It is admitted into evidence.
How many times has Natalie Cochran picked up medication for your son, ma'am?
I'm not sure how many times.
Numerous times. Would
Yeah.
it be fair to say?
Yes, I would say yes, several times.
Okay. And was always a Humalog, right?
Not always.
Not always?
No, because he had other prescriptions.
Okay. Have you ever injected Humalog into your son's body?
Yes.
What dosage? A vial?
It was from the vial. I don't remember what dosages because it would all depend on what he ate. So
Okay.
I don't know. Like I can't say right off.
Okay. Were there any times that you would inject the whole vial into his body?
Oh, never. No.
Never?
No.
Half a vial?
No. Just
No.
very little.
Very little.
Yes, like a millimeter or. It just, like I said, it depended on the dosage.
And every time you injected the vial into his body, he didn't drop unconscious on the floor, did he?
No, but several times I had actually dosed him too much insulin, and he got to the point where he would almost, pass out. His blood sugar would drop real low, and we were able to give him a glucagon, which would bring his blood sugar back up.
But I asked you whether ever, upon your injection of Humalog into his body, he lost consciousness and dropped
No,
either on the floor or anywhere.
no,
No. Now, would you agree with me that you're not a doctor, right?
correct.
You're not an endocrinologist,
No,
right? You're not an expert in this field. All you can tell this jury about medication involving diabetes is from what you observed as the mother of an ill child, right?
right.
Okay. Would you agree with me, ma'am, that different human bodies react differently to medication?
Yes,
So you have absolutely no idea how Michael Cochran reacted and to what medication.
correct.
I want to ask you now about Michael a little bit. You've known this family since 2010 until, 2019, I presume.
Correct.
Michael, you said, was taking steroids, right?
I never said that.
Well, what did he take?
I always knew him to take the supplements that you would get from GNC and over the counter, but I never knew him to take actual steroids.
You have absolutely no clue what this gentleman was taking.
Only what Natalie had told me.
Right. And did you ever see him take any medication?
No.
No. He was a bodybuilder, wasn't he?
Yes, he lifted weights.
Cared about his image of his physique, right?
Yes.
In fact, he was taking substances that were less than kosher. Did you know about that?
No, I did not.
Did you know that he was taking substances that were sold online from Mexico or some other wild place?
I did not until the day that he fell ill. She had said that was taking Mexican supplements, but I didn't know that until the day he fell ill and she had texted.
Well, it's strange. Now, did you ever talk to your husband about Michael taking any supplements?
I mean, yeah, he knew that he took supplements as well.
Now, didn't your husband try to dissuade Michael from taking all that stuff?
Yes, that was after Mike was diagnosed with seizures,
Right.
and he
So
talked
Mike-
about not taking
all
the
right.
medicine.
So Michael had some medical problems, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, let's start with 2017. He had a back problem and had to go to hospital for back surgery, right?
Yes, I believe.
That may not have had anything to do with seizures, but in October of 2018, he went to the hospital with the conditions that were similar to when he collapsed on the floor, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. What was the diagnosis then on him?
Objection, Your Honor. How was she expected to have that information?
Sustained.
Did you talk to him after he came out of the hospital in one day?
Yes, we would have spoke, yes.
Did he tell you that he hated hospitals with an unbridled passion and would never go back to a hospital?
I knew his disdain for hospitals, yes.
And then he wasn't unlucky because on the second day of November of that year, he went to the hospital with the same conditions that similar conditions or maybe even the same conditions that he had when he collapsed on the floor. Didn't he?
Yes.
And stayed in the hospital for 4 or 5 days, right?
I don't remember the exact time.
No? Do you know what was wrong with him?
I don't know if it was at that time that we were told that he was diagnosed with seizures.
Seizures. Did you also hear anything about his brain swelling?
I know they had done MRIs and CAT scans, but I don't remember if it was the November visit or the October visit.
Well, did they say anything about his having a mass on the brain?
I remember they said something about having a mass on the brain, but then the next scan showed that there wasn't anything.
But then they said that he had brain swelling, right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No.
What did he appear to you like when he was in the hospital at that time? Sluggish? Slow reacting? Tell us.
I mean, by the time that I had seen him, he was talking and everything. I mean, he wasn't feeling well, but I didn't see him right away, so.
All right. In February of next year, so it's almost, 2 months later, did he appear to you to be sick?
He wasn't sick, no, not
No?
until the day.
No, he wasn't sick until that date, until the 6th of February.
Right, that I'm aware of.
Okay. When did you see him last before the February 6th?
I don't know if it would have been the day before or a couple of days before that, because he came over and put a ceiling fan in our living room. But I don't know the date of that exactly. But it was a few days before.
If there were other people who saw him acting very strange and sick and otherwise almost incapacitated, would that surprise you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, you have absolutely no idea what Michael took in terms of the names of the medications or the supplements or whatever medication he was taking.
I do not know.
Do you know how long he has been taking these supplements?
No.
Have you ever talked to Natalie's children about Michael's use of steroids, anabolics, whatever he was using?
I don't remember if we did.
Okay. Well, they were there all day in their home. They would know, wouldn't they?
They would know. I wasn't there, though, so
Okay.
that wasn't anything I discussed with them.
Okay. Did you ever ask Michael what he was taking?
No.
Well, did you know that he was eating these medications by a plateful?
No, I did not.
Did you know that he was using insulin regularly, on a regular basis?
No, I did not.
Okay. How many times did Natalie Cochran pick up this Humalog for your son prior to February 4th?
I don't know how many times.
How many times did she pick up that insulin Humalog after Michael's demise?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Okay. And if she ever, did she ever take that medication home? Or is it your testimony here today that invariably she would bring it to your house?
I mean, I can't say for certain. I don't know.
So if
I would assume she would bring it straight to me because that would be something that we would need to put in the refrigerator.
so, the insulin that was found in her refrigerator, that would be abnormal, wouldn't it?
She shouldn't have any of, I know my son's insulin because he needed that.
Right, but if law enforcement officers found a Humalog vial in her refrigerator, what would that tell you?
I don't know.
Right. So is it possible, Ms. Davis, that as you sit here today, you don't know how many times Natalie Cochran took that medication, that insulin, to her place, where she stored it, what she did with it?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Now, also, I want to ask you this. When Michael was putting up that fan in your house, he had trouble doing that, didn't he?
I don't remember. Him and my husband worked on it. I just know he was there to put up the ceiling fan.
But you didn't know how he acted that day.
I don't recall.
I see. All right. Might have a second. There was a time when your son used the pump, the insulin pump, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then why would you need the regular Humalog if you had a pump?
Because that's what you use to fill the pump. We would have to use Humalog and inject it into his pump before we put his insulin pump on his arm.
And if the pump didn't work?
If the pump didn't work, then we would refill a new one
Okay.
and put it back on him.
So is that your testimony that you always had either the pump or the insulin?
Yes, he cannot live without either.
Okay. All right. You said that you observed Natalie in the hospital while Mr. Cochran was there. Right? And she acted, you said she acted strong?
Yes, I thought she was strong, yes.
What other words did you use?
She was calm.
Calm. And yet she was so concerned that she didn't want to see Michael in that condition. And she would rather see him dead, right?
I didn't say that.
Well, you said something about putting a pillow on his head.
I asked her what I could do to help or if there's anything I could get her. And she had made that comment.
Would you agree with me, ma'am, that people act very differently in situations like that?
Yes.
And people are distraught by the very fact that their loved one may be on a threshold of death, and they say things and do things that they would not normally not say or do.
Yes.
So you may find this odd, what my client may have said, but you're not a psychologist and you cannot say anything about that comment that would make you believe that she's guilty of anything. Right?
Correct.
Now, when were you informed of Mr. Cochran's condition on the, what was it, the fourth, the first day?
The second?
Well, in relation to the shot that he supposedly got from, well, I guess you would claim Natalie.
I'm sorry, what is your question?
Well, there is, we're looking at a shot that was apparently administered to Mr. Cochran. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. I'm not sure of your question.
So you don't even know whether his condition was caused by any shot of insulin?
No, we don't know what his condition was caused by.
Okay. Well, Natalie texted you and told you that she was sick that day.
Correct.
Now, you've known her for a long time, and you knew that she had several medical conditions.
Yes,
Right?
she had found out she had cancer, and it was stage 3, I believe.
And she was being treated for it, or at least being diagnosed with it, or required a second opinion during that time, right?
Yes.
And she also had a heart problem that required all kinds of attention, medical attention,
Yes.
correct? Now, well, since you know so much about insulin, what else can insulin be used for in a household?
In my life, it's only been used for diabetes. I don't know what else you would use it for.
Bringing the sugar up or down?
It
Perhaps.
brings your blood sugar down.
All right. So if Natalie Cochran had a problem with her sugar, not necessarily diabetes, would you find it really strange that she had diabetes in her, and that she had insulin in her home?
No.
No. Did your son have to take any steroids? Was he given any steroids as part of his treatment of
For diabetes, no.
Now, do you have any medical knowledge to assess the effect of any steroids on the sugar? Or
No,
would you not?
I don't have any knowledge, no.
All right. Natalie told you that day that she was taking steroids, right?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No.
And that the steroids caused her sugar to rise. She told you that, right?
Yes, she told me that.
And so when she used some insulin, or whether she had insulin at home, for that particular purpose, you wouldn't find it strange that she did.
No.
Okay. Now, was Michael Cochran ever sick in your presence?
Yes.
And I'm not talking about February. I'm talking about any other times.
Yes.
What was he sick with?
We thought, and I don't know if it was the October or November, that it was mold,
Okay.
possibly poisoning or mold
And
exposure.
how did he react?
He was sick and nauseous. I don't remember more than that.
Did you ever see him collapse?
I never saw him collapse, no.
Did you hear about him collapsing?
Not other than that day,
How about having convulsions or
No.
epilepsy?
no.
Have you ever heard him talk about not taking his medication because he didn't really care about the doctors and medical care?
Natalie had told us that he had stopped taking his seizure medication.
Well, and you, as a friend of Michael, did you ever approach him about that?
No, I
Did you
did
ever-
not.
Did anybody talk to him about it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Just a
Right. Um, what is your profession, ma'am?
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
I'm sorry. I'm so
I'm a
sorry.
stay-at-home mom.
Oh, you have the tough one. And I'm very sorry about your child having diabetes. That's this is a pretty serious illness, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, have you yourself participated in any business transactions with Natalie or Michael Cochran?
She would help with the juvenile diabetes fundraisers.
Okay.
She would sponsor those, and we did a motorcycle rally. She held a couple of those for him, and also a 5K run for diabetes.
Did Michael live in luxury?
I mean, just normal as anyone else
Beautiful.
would, in my opinion.
Beautiful house?
Yes, they had a beautiful house.
They had more than one house, right?
Yeah, they did buy other property, yes.
Okay. How about, well, we men call it toys. Motorcycles?
Yes.
How many did he have?
I know of one. I don't know if he had multiple. I mean, I do know of the one because he rode it in the motorcycle rally.
He has a pretty nice car, too.
Yes.
What was it?
He had a truck, a pickup truck.
Didn't he have an antique 65? Very sexy car. An antique.
Yes, I don't remember the.
You don't remember that?
But now it was a Cobra. Yeah.
Cobra, all right. Did you go on any vacations with them?
Yes, we did.
Who paid the bill?
Well, we would pay for our half, and they would pay for their half. And
Did Michael ever treat?
yes, we would treat their meals, and they would treat our meals.
Would you agree with me that he was at his absolute happiest when he had the money?
I mean, I don't know.
Was he acting
I don't know
very
if he
happy?
was at his happiest during that time.
Okay. Would you agree with me that he was a dominant character in the marriage to Natalie?
Yeah, as my husband is as well with me.
Well, I'm concerned about Michael and Natalie. What Michael said, that was the law, right?
I believe so.
Okay. How did he treat the children?
He treated him like any normal dad.
They had everything that they could have under the sun. He would buy them everything. They would have their own luxury life. Isn't that true?
He would buy them whatever they needed.
Okay. How about money per se? Did he ever flash the cash, so to speak?
No, I don't.
Never took anybody out to eat? Paid for everybody?
Well, yes, he would do that.
He would do that. Now, what do you know about Michael's business? What did he do for a living?
They were doing the government contracts.
Okay. Michael?
It was him and Natalie.
Okay. What was his role in this government contracts thing?
I don't know. I don't know his exact role.
Okay. But he talked about it?
Yes, they would talk about it.
Well, what did he tell you about
I didn't talk personally to him.
it? Okay.
So,
Okay.
just when we were in a setting together.
All right. I'm going to ask you about your husband ever working out with him? Or did you ever work out with him?
No. I don't know if my husband ever did.
He was trying to be a bodybuilder, or at least he was a bodybuilder, right?
During the time we knew them, he would lift weights.
Okay.
I mean, to be a professional bodybuilder, I don't know about that, but he would lift weights during the time we were friends with him.
Was he proud of his physique and
Yes.
musculature? He liked to be seen as fit and nimble and whatever else, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he spend a lot of time in the gym? Did you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Where was their business, by the way? The contract business. Where was their office?
They had a building on Eisenhower Drive.
Okay. Describe that. Was there any front desk, secretary, office decorations? What?
I don't remember much about it. I remember there's a couch, a little kitchenette,
Not much of an office.
and then, yeah, I mean, I don't remember much about it other than that.
Okay. Now, you obviously knew that Natalie was a pharmacist, right?
Correct.
Did you know about her reputation in the community as a good pharmacist? Knowledgeable?
She was very knowledgeable.
She was very knowledgeable. She was knowledgeable of more than just insulin, right? She knew about other substances.
I believe she also took care of maybe people on cholesterol medicine, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. She had years of experience as a pharmacist, right?
Yes.
Well, that person would have knowledge of all kinds of drugs, right?
I would assume yes.
Even those drugs that kill silently?
I don't know what she would have knowledge of.
Yeah. I want to ask you this. You were, if not the closest friend of Natalie, at least one of the closest friends. At the time of Michael's death, would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Would it then surprise you that Natalie, who was obviously in distress over her husband's condition, would be notifying you every 10 minutes, every 15 minutes, every hour as to what his condition, sudden condition is? Would it surprise you? Would it shock you?
Would it surprise me if she did or if she didn't?
If she did.
Either way, it wouldn't surprise me.
No. Or if she didn't. Either way, it wouldn't surprise you. Because you were her friend.
Right.
And she had her... Well, by the way, do you know how long they were married?
18, 19 years, maybe.
High school? Were they high school sweethearts? Do you know?
They told us they were high school sweethearts, yes.
Yeah. So this woman who has just put her husband in a hospital, who may be in a coma, she needs to talk to somebody about it. And that would be you. Would that be anything shocking to you?
No.
Okay. And she didn't tell you anything that would suggest to you that she was the one who, for lack of a better phrase, executed him. Did
No.
she? Of course not. If I may have a second.
All right.
What was the backup plan for your son? And I'm just gonna use the word, well, the letter G. I don't want to bring children's names into this.
His name is Grant and Gavin, are my sons.
Okay, well, out of the respect for him, we don't necessarily want to bring him into public knowledge.
Right.
How old is he now?
My youngest is 19.
Okay, so he's an adult by now.
Yes.
Okay. What was the backup plan if you could not, for some reason, administer the medication to him? Then was Natalie in charge of that?
No, my husband. If I couldn't, then my
Okay.
husband would.
Was there any contact with the school where your child was attending? That if you could not be there, that Natalie would be called to administer the medication?
I don't remember that because
Okay.
the first year he was on shots, he didn't allow the nurse to even give him shots. I had to go to the school every day
Okay.
to give him shots, so I don't know.
Okay. Right. If I may have a second.
Very well.
questions I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Will you redirect be lengthy, Ms. Acord?
No, Your Honor, it won't.
You may proceed.
Thank you. The vital signs that we talked about earlier that Natalie texted to you, were you ever able to verify that those actually were Michael's vitals at that time?
No.
Do you know who set up all of Michael's supplements and medications?
I know, well, Natalie had told me that she always, would set everything up.
Okay. Did you ever have Natalie pick up insulin for Gavin and not receive it?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And just on a personal level, have you ever had a loved one, even Gavin, who became seriously ill?
Yes.
Did it occur to you to take photographs of them while they were ill?
No.
Did it ever occur to you to attempt to end their life because they were so ill?
No.
And I know that you and Natalie were very close prior to Michael's death, and even for a little while afterwards. Was she always honest with you during that time?
Judge, I'm going to object as the comment on the defendant's character.
I think I must sustain that objection.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Victor?
The prosecuting attorney right now asked you whether she, that is my client, Natalie Cochran, was setting up the medication for her husband, and you said yes?
I don't remember if they were pill boxes or what, but his normal, daily medicine, whether it was vitamins or whatever, she would always put together for him.
And you know that for a fact?
That's what she told me, so.
And she would, so you presumed, I guess, that she would put up all the supplements from Mexico and from some other God only knows what place on his plate? Is that what you assumed?
Just whatever she told me.
Okay. All right. You went to the Cochran's home, right?
Correct.
Have you ever seen their medicine cabinet?
If I recall, it was, and I don't remember what was in it, it was just by the sink in a cabinet.
Would it surprise you to know that Michael had his own medicine cabinet that nobody had access to?
Yes.
Would it surprise you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Anything further, Ms. Acord?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any difficulties to excuse this witness, Mr. Victor?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Ms. Davis, you are excused. And let's go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break. We'll break for 10, 15 minutes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, members of the jury. Smoke them if you got them. You may go with the bailiff at this time. All right, will the state please call their next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Trooper John Hamilton to the stand.
Very well.
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may have a seat right there. All right, Ms. Acorn.
Could you please state your name for the record?
John Hamilton,
And how are you employed?
West Virginia State Police.
And just for the jury's benefit, today you are testifying in your capacity as a civilian citizen, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with Mike and Natalie Cochran?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how you met them?
Through football.
What sort of a relationship did you have with them?
We were friends with them.
Were you relatively close friends?
At the time, I thought we were.
Just very briefly, did you and your wife invest in either of the Cochran's companies, TMS or TSG?
My wife did.
Okay. Do you recall what the outcome of that was?
As far as gaining money, losing money, is that what you're talking about, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
We lost money in it, ma'am.
Okay. Does the date of February 6th, 2019 stand out to you for any reason?
Yes, ma'am.
And why does that stand out in your mind?
It's the day that I was summoned to their house by Natalie. She told me that Mike was sick and he had a seizure, and if I could come help her get him on the couch.
And did you go to their house at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about what time during the day it was that she informed you that Michael was sick?
It was in the early morning hours, ma'am, maybe 10, 11, something like that.
And about how long did it take you from the time that you found out Michael was ill to get to their house?
Roughly 20 minutes.
What happened once you arrived at the house?
Once I arrived at the house, ma'am, Jonathan and Jason already had Mike up on the couch. They were still there. Natalie was there. I asked her how she wanted to get Mike to the hospital, if she wanted us to drive him, if she wanted to call an ambulance, or how she wanted to get him there. And she told me that she would let him sleep it off because he'd had a seizure.
And just to back up a little bit before we go on, who are Jonathan and Jason?
Those were her contractors that worked for her full time.
Did you take any action with regard to Michael at that point?
No, ma'am. That's whenever I called my wife. I asked her, I said, hey, I said, Natalie doesn't want to take Mike to the hospital. I said, see if you can come down here and get her to take him to the hospital.
And what's your wife's name, sir?
Stephanie Hamilton.
Were you still at the Cochran residence when your wife arrived?
Yes.
Did you observe her take any action with regard to Michael?
Yes, she, I'm not exactly what all she did do, but she also told Natalie that he probably needed to be seen, this and that, and we could get him to the hospital. We could she even mentioned Chris Davis's plane. We could fly him down there. And she just, once again, just told us that he'd had a seizure and she was going to let him sleep it off.
And you heard all of that with your own ears?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you already kind of touched on this a little bit. What did Natalie tell you happened that caused Michael to end up in the state he was in?
She said that he was in the kitchen and had had a seizure.
Have you ever seen him have an episode like the one that she described?
No, ma'am.
About how long did you stay at the Cochran residence that day?
It was for a couple hours at least, ma'am.
And before you left the residence, who was still there? At the time that you went to leave, who was at the Cochran residence?
I think it may have just been me and her.
Okay. And what led you to make the decision to leave at that point, since Michael had not yet been transported to the hospital?
She just said that she was just going to let him sleep it off, and he was just still laying on the couch, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever see Michael alive again after that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Victor.
Just briefly, officer, what is your rank?
I'm a corporal.
Corporal. You're not in uniform today because you're testifying as a civilian, in a civilian capacity?
Yes.
You're still on active duty, right?
I'm sorry,
You're still
sir.
active as a police
Oh,
officer.
yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. You said on direct that you've never seen Michael in a condition like this, right?
Never. I mean, just not in a seizure, sir.
Not on a seizure.
Yes.
But you saw Michael in the hospital on prior occasion.
Yes, sir. I
you?
did.
And that would have been in November of the previous year, so that would be 2018, right?
Yes, sir. It's November, sir.
What was he in the hospital for?
As far as I know, sir, he was sick, and they never knew what exactly was wrong with him.
Okay. And why were you in the hospital, sir?
Why was I there?
Yeah.
We went down to check on Mike, and actually me and Chris Davis and Jason actually spent the night with him because they said that he was flailing around and this and that, and they were going to have to restrain him. So we said
Right.
we'd stay there so they wouldn't have to.
Okay. So, were you an intimate friend with the Cochrans, or were you just friends through the Davises? How
Well,
was it?
we were friends through football, sir.
Okay. Football. What football? Give me some.
Like miniature football. you
Oh,
like
miniature
yeah,
football.
midget league football, sir.
Oh, I see.
That's
Okay.
how we become friends with them,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So, in November of that year, of 2018, Michael went to the hospital twice, right? That would be
Yes.
October 31st, he went to the hospital, right?
Mhm.
You knew about it, right?
Yes.
What was wrong with him?
I'm not sure, sir.
Nobody knew, right?
Hmm.
Did he have a seizure? What did they say, to the best of your recollection?
What did they say?
What did they say in the hospital?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
All right.
Sustained.
Well, how did he behave? What symptoms did he have when you saw him?
Whenever I saw him, sir, he was asleep.
Okay, and I'm talking about October of 2018.
I don't know if I saw him that day or not,
Okay,
sir.
you saw him, however, in November of 2018 in a hospital.
Yes, sir.
Which hospital would that be?
I think CAMC, sir, or General,
Would
one of the
that-
two in Canal City.
In Charleston?
Yes, sir.
And what was his condition? What did he look like? How was he acting?
He was asleep whenever I got there, sir. He'd been sedated, I believe.
Okay.
And the next day, whenever he got up, he was talking and this and that.
He slept all day?
No, the next day, whenever he woke up, sir.
Okay, so he woke up the next day?
Yes, sir.
So he slept just like he slept here in the home of February in February of 2019, right?
But this night he'd been sedated, sir.
Okay. Well, you don't. Well, that's what they told you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when he woke up, he was agitated,
Yes, sir. Down to hospital he was.
and he had to be held down, right, by you and Chris and. somebody
That's why
else.
we went there, sir. So they wouldn't have to restrain him, sir. Yes, sir.
And of course, at that time, didn't he tell you that he would never go again to a hospital?
Yes, sir. He did.
It was a waste of time.
Yes.
Right? Did you know what kind of medication he was taking at that time?
No, sir. I don't.
And when he said that he was not going to go back to the hospital, he said to tell everybody that he was not going to be caught in a hospital again, right?
I don't remember the exact words, sir.
All right. It was not only a waste of time, but also a waste of his money, because that
Yes.
was expensive, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the Cochran's residence in February of 2019, Michael was already asleep, you said?
He was on the couch, yes, sir.
On the couch. You don't really know what caused his condition, do you?
No, sir.
You don't know whether he was injected with something, or whether he hit his head against the counter, or whether he just collapsed, right? Or whether he just collapsed.
She told me, sir, that he had fallen in the kitchen.
Okay.
And he had a seizure.
Okay. You didn't see his medical records from October or November of 2018? Did you?
I've never saw his medical record, sir.
So you wouldn't know whether his condition in 2018 was the same as in 2019?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, did you know about all the steroids that he was taking?
No, sir.
Or any substances that he was taking?
No, sir.
Was he a bodybuilder?
Yes, sir. He stayed very fit.
What did he do to stay fit? I mean, was he trying to participate in some bodybuilding competitions? What was he doing?
As far as I know, sir, lifting weights.
Lifting weights. Was he talking about participating in any kind of, I don't know, Mr. Universe competitions or anything of that kind?
Never told me that, sir.
Never told me. Now, when your wife arrived at the Cochran's residence, she took all kinds of vitals of Mr. Cochran, didn't she?
I can't remember exactly what all she did do, sir.
Oh, okay. But you don't know the results or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. And your wife, I understand, is a paramedic, right?
She's a physician assistant, sir.
A physician assistant.
Yes, sir.
So she knows something about medicine.
Yes, sir.
Did she believe that Mr. Cochran had to go to the hospital?
Yes, sir. She also told Natalie to take Mike to the hospital.
Okay. Did Natalie mention anything to you about Mr. Cochran not wanting to go to the hospital?
Yes, sir. She did.
And you heard that before from himself?
Yes, sir.
You testified on direct that you lost in the business run by Michael and Natalie. How much did you invest with them?
Sir, that was my wife. I had nothing to do with that.
Okay, so you personally didn't lose any money?
No, sir. That was my wife. She was the one that dealt with Natalie on that part.
Right. But would you agree with me that the marriage lost the
Yes,
money?
sir.
Yeah. You don't know how much, do you?
I couldn't give you an exact figure, no, sir.
Okay. All right. Did you know Michael before the day he went to the hospital, or he had that seizure, or whatever happened to him in February?
Did I know him, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Did you see him the week before, or a week before, or 2 weeks before February?
I'm sure I probably did, sir, maybe.
Did he appear sick to you?
I do not remember, sir.
Okay. How about November or October, late October of 2018? Did he appear sick to you, or did he appear any maybe lethargic, or in any condition that would display some type of illness?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you a yes or no on there because I really don't remember, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you know whether Natalie Cochran had any insulin in her house?
I'm not sure if Natalie, are you talking about on that day, sir?
Yes.
I am not sure if she did or not, sir.
Okay. And you knew the Davises, right?
Yes.
Obviously. You knew about the unfortunate fate of their son, who had pretty serious diabetes.
Yes, sir. He's also has a pump, sir.
Yeah, he had a pump, and he was using insulin, right?
Yes, sir, through his pump.
And the pump and well, insulin itself, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know whether Natalie has ever had any of his insulin?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Did you also know that Michael had a back problem?
I do not remember if he had a back problem or not,
Okay.
sir.
Were there any sports activities involving the adults that you and Michael participated in?
Not that I participated in, sir.
Okay. Do you know when your wife decided to invest in Michael and Natalie's business, who did she contact?
Who did she contact?
Yeah, about the investment.
Actually, I believe Natalie contacted her, sir.
Okay. Did she have any dealings with Michael?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Did you ever know about Michael's business, the investment business?
No, sir. I don't know which business you're talking about.
Did you know anything about his medicine intake?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing about any steroids or any other medication, legal or semi-legal?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, if I may have a moment.
Certainly.
Did you visit Michael in a hospital after his back surgery? Do you recall that?
I don't remember him having back surgery, sir.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Very well. Redirect Ms. Aker.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. When you saw Michael in the hospital in late 2018, how did that compare with the condition you saw him in on February 6th of 2019?
As far as just his condition, ma'am?
Yes, the condition that you were able to observe yourself.
Well, on that right there, he actually woke up when we saw him back then.
And that leads me to my next question. Did Michael wake up at all while you were there on February 6th?
I think he woke up one time where my wife was talking to him because I think she said that she was going to take his temperature or something like that, and he opened his eyes and looked at her, and I think she said something like, "Don't hit me, Mike, so I'm going to take your temperature."
Okay. And that's the only time you're aware of that he woke up that day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Victor?
If I understood your testimony correctly, though, when you visited Michael in a hospital in November 2018, you didn't stay overnight with him until he woke up the next day, right?
Yes, sir. We stayed the night
Oh, you
with
stayed.
him. Yes, sir.
So it took him a whole day, and took him until the next day to wake up.
I think we got there late the evening, sir,
All right.
maybe 10 o'clock or so, and he maybe woke up the next day, maybe 8, 9, something like that, sir. I couldn't give an exact estimate.
And you left the Cochran's home in February of 2019 at what time?
I don't remember exactly what time it was, sir.
So how many hours did you stay there?
Probably 2, 3, maybe, something like
So
that.
of course you stayed longer with Michael in November of 2018 than in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
So you have no idea whether he would have woken up after 6 or 7 hours or overnight, or how long it would have taken for him to wake up. It was actually in November that he took 6 or 7 hours to wake up, right?
Yes, sir.
So there's really no difference between his condition in November and February of next year based on how long he slept, is there?
No, sir.
All right, that's all.
Anything further, Ms. Aker?
I just have one more question, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Hamilton, was it your testimony that when you visited Michael in the hospital in late 2018 that he was under sedation?
That was my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anything, Mr. Victor?
No, Your Honor, thank
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused. Call your next witness, Ms. Aker.
Can we approach?
Sure.
Oh, approach. Sidebar.
Members of the jury, I'm going to make up for yesterday. We are going to quit for the day, and that gives you a significant break and makes up at least a little bit for the fact that we had to stay so late last night. At least you can get home in time to watch Dr. Phil or whatever shows you enjoy. Please be careful. Please come back tomorrow. We need all of you. We've invested so much time and energy in this case, and we need everybody to
continue on and maintain in your roles as jurors. Don't talk to anybody, don't talk among yourselves. You can imagine, you've seen dozens of cameras in the courtroom. It's going to be on TV, it's going to be on the internet, it's going to be in the newspaper, it's going to be on the radio, and please refrain from falling into a trap and watching something or hearing something about this case. If someone should try to tell you things about it, please explain to them the circumstance and walk away or get away from them so that you don't hear anything that may taint your view of the matter. As I told you, you need to keep an open mind and wait till you hear everything. We have just started the case, and we have much more to go, and I want you to hear everything before you make up your mind. So have a good evening, and I'll have 2 boxes of donuts for you in the morning so that everybody can enjoy a donut, and we'll have some fresh coffee for you as well. With that, you can go with the bailiff to your jury room and depart for the evening. We'll start at 9 a.m. All right, are there any matters that we need to take up now out of the presence of the jury?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well, we will adjourn for the day.